Bruce, you must have something really good too.
Of course I do. It's Bruce Danielson, and I guess I'm here to entertain you too.
Good evening. Welcome to the Tuesday, February 12th, Sioux Falls City Council meeting. Thanks for being here this evening. Clerk, let's get started and read the roll, please.
Council members Kiley.
Here.
Knightsert.
Here.
Selberg.
Here.
Sale.
Here.
Starr.
Here.
Staley.
Here.
Brecky.
Here.
Erickson.
Here.
This evening, I'm honored to have Reverend Nicholas Collins of Holy Cross Lutheran Church, who also happens to be the pastor of Counselor Knightsert, I believe. And he's here to give the invocation for us this evening, so I'd ask you rise for that and stay standing for the Pledge of Allegiance to immediately follow.
Good evening. President Roosevelt once said that no community is healthy where it is ever necessary to distinguish one politician from his fellows because he is honest. Moreover, it's not enough that a public official should be honest. No amount of honesty will avail if he is not also brave and wise. The weakling and the coward cannot be saved by honesty alone. Public leadership requires two virtues that seem very simple until they become very inconvenient. And those virtues are honesty and courage. Each of these leaders is gathered here tonight having won an election for the seat that they occupy, but each one continues working hard each and every day to earn the trust of the people of this great city. Each one of you has been blessed with the honor to serve these fine people of Sioux Falls, bringing their concerns and helping bring about change for the betterment of us all. Along with that honor of serving is this capacity sometimes comes a responsibility. And that responsibility of humility and integrity and public service. So tonight, before you get to work, we pause to acknowledge this reality and to pray for you and the work that you do here tonight together. Let us pray. God of justice and mercy, we thank you for the gift of life and for the opportunity to serve the people of this city. We pray that you would help us act here tonight with character and conviction. Help us to listen with understanding and goodwill. Help us to speak with charity and restraint. Give us all a spirit of service and remind us that we are stewards of your authority. Guide us to be the leaders that your people need. Give us courage to make tough decisions and help us see the humanity and dignity of those with whom we disagree. Help us to treat all persons, no matter how weak or poor, with the reverence of your creation. Renew us with the strength of your presence and fill us with the joy of helping to build a community worthy of your grace. We ask this as your beloved sons and daughters, confident of your goodness and love. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So fantastic.
All right, we'll move on to item 4, the approval of our consent agenda, and look for any changes or motions.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah, Counselor Starr.
I'd like to pull items 1, 6, and 8, please.
Okay. 6, 8. Right, are there other items to be pulled or any motions to make?
I'd move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, moved by Counselor Starr and seconded by Selberg. Can I get a vote on that, please?
Council members Kiley.
Yes.
Knightsert.
Yes.
Selberg. Sale.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Staley. Brecky.
Yes.
Erickson.
Yes.
All right, that passes 8-0. We will now move on to the approval of the regular agenda. Any changes or motions to that?
Move to approve, Erickson.
Second? Kylie?
Motion approved by Counselor Erickson and seconded by Counselor Kylie. Discussion. All right, a vote on that, please.
Council members Kylie,
Yes.
Neitzert,
Yes.
Selberg.
Yes.
Sale,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Staley,
Yes.
Brecky,
Yes.
Erickson.
Yes.
All right, that passes 8-0. We're at the public input portion of tonight's agenda. As a reminder, input during this portion will last no more than 3 minutes per person and in total last no more than 30 minutes. During this portion of the meeting, persons may not address any item appearing on the regular agenda. For those items after general public input, input is limited to 3 minutes unless the item is being presented for final adoption, in which case public input is limited to 5 minutes. At this time, I'd like to invite any members of the public forward for public input. Clerk, please note the time is 7:06. Good evening.
Council, Mayor, how's it going? Last week when
State your name, Brett.
Brett Cruz, Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Okay. Last week when you were talking about transparency or whatever, and then you have people you appointed to certain places or other things, and then they go behind your back and like have their own meetings and stuff. And like, if I was mayor, they would not be mayor, or they would not be part of that division or whatever they're appointed to anymore. I'd be like, you're done or whatever, and then I'd try to get somebody else, you know. But I mean, that's weak. I don't know what has been done or anything. So yeah. And then, like 2 weeks ago, I had bad brakes in my car, and then I was trying to go home, and then at this Cleveland intersection, this truck in front of me was doing a U-turn, and he stopped for some reason, I don't know why, and then I hit the truck in front of me. And the cop gave me a ticket when, if he was smart or anything, he would probably go after the guy that didn't complete his U-turn or whatever. And yeah, give me a ticket. And you're doing a good job.
Thanks,
as mayor. Thank you.
Thanks, buddy. Anyone else this evening?
Bruce at Sioux Falls. As you council members know, I was coming up here for the Call to Freedom thing that was released here. I verified with law enforcement that there is an investigation going on with human trafficking. When citizens go up to the Call to Freedom that may be sexually abused, human trafficked, labor stuff, undocumented immigrants, what gives it the right for Call to Freedom to publicize it on the streets? The Finance Department and Greg Neitzert confirmed that the city is not giving Call to Freedom any money. That is good. I asked the rich people that are funding Call to Freedom not to do it. Can I get into specifics about the case? But when the case is going to come out in a couple of weeks when it hits the media, I will say more. These are advocates here. I'm talking about the Asian community, on how close-knit the Asian community is here on crime, how hard it is to bust the Asian community. It is a disgrace that Call to Freedom and the executive director did this. I asked that the director of Rasmussen resign her position. I'm going to state, I've made 2 phone calls to law enforcement, and they have said that it's an active case. They are involved in it. They should keep their mouth shut. Next thing is we have LGBT issues here in this state here. So Bill 1108 just passed the House. And then South Dakota receives the lowest ranking for LGBTQ equality people. I just texted some of you council members and said about people of color and how hard it is in the LGBT community to be in the workforce here because this is an at-will state. We need to put religion aside, do what's right for the community here. I have complaints with the city, human relations, on housing discrimination, and on employment discrimination here. So we cannot downplay the issues. A lot of this stuff is not going to come out to the open because stuff is under investigation with other people. They're not about to expose their stuff to the world. But I'm going to tell you it's happening. And we need to overcome this. And we need to accept people in the workforce, not only as citizens, but in the workforce of the city of employees in that workforce. That fire department and that police department is #1 priority. They should be able to come out and be accepted in that police and that fire department. I will speak more about this on next week.
Thank you. Anyone else this evening? Clerk, next item, please.
The next item is item 1 from the consent agenda, which is Department of Health, the project description, Community Triage Center Planning Project to investigate the feasibility and development of an implementation plan for a voluntary mid-level care alternative for those with substance alcohol abuse, as well as those with mental illness. Vendors, Policy Research Associates, and the amount of $87,632.
Counselor Starr.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I originally pulled this because I knew we'd be talking about it. We had a great informational this afternoon where we received the information that we needed. More than anything, I wanted to point out the great partnership that we're having with Sanford and Avera that donated the funds to be used for this coordinator and this project. My only question that I had, and I'm not sure who can address it, is the donation was for $100,000 and we're authorizing to spend $87,632. So I wanted to make sure where that difference in the donation amounts would be going.
I'm going to ask Jill Franken if she'd be willing to come up and speak to that, please.
Yeah, Jill Franken, Public Health Director with the City of Sioux Falls. And yes, the funding that's coming for the Community Triage Center is $100,000, $50,000 from each health system, both Avera and Sanford. The contract that's written is the amount that you talked about. However, there will be some additional expenses that will be incurred during this time period as well. And so there's been agreement that those dollars can be used for that as well. So the appropriation will be to accept those dollars, and then most of that will go to fund the contract. So.
Okay. Yep. I'm trying to figure out if we're trying to give you $100,000 worth of expenditure, but you're only asking for the 86 or.
Well, we're contracting for the 87,000.
So the contract actually says that you can expend the entire amount of the donation.
Well, they're kind of two different things. One is receiving that money for the triage center, one item of which will be the contract with PRA. There will be some additional expenses, and we'll work to assure that Sanford and Avera are okay with the remainder of how that money is spent. But it's how we've structured the agreement with them, or the arrangement with them up to this point.
I don't have a copy of the contract, so we have to approve it, I guess, and that's where I'm just trying to get the nuances of it and encourage other people in our community, in the business community that want to help the city on the projects as we move forward to make it as easy as possible for them. So
sounds great.
If I could, Mr. Mayor, I'd move to approve item number 1.
Okay, motion by Councilor Starr to approve. Do I have a second? Second, Selberg. Seconded by Selberg. Any other discussion? Vote on that item, please. Oh, I do have to ask for public input on that. Is anyone here to speak on that item?
Just a real quick one. I actually 100% support the triage center. I've been following this thing since it first started. I've read a lot about other triage centers around the country, and I really want to see this thing go through. My problem was I wanted to go out and look at the contracts that were in the consent agenda, and none of them were posted. I couldn't find anything. And I think that's a wrong way to be able to present something to the council and the city of Sioux Falls and the taxpayers of this town to not have any kind of a contract that we can study before it's passed here. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else to speak on that item? All right, I have a motion and a second. Councilor Staley.
Well, can we ask, what about contracts being, how does the citizen see a contract? I would ask our city clerk that question.
The contracts for approval are just reported by ordinance, are reported under communications on the consent agenda, so we don't receive a contract. We receive the memorandum of approval.
So how would a citizen go about seeing a contract of city business? In the future, is that something that we can make available to citizens?
I would just have to look into it.
Well, I'd appreciate that.
Thank you. Call for a vote on this item, please.
Council members Kiley?
Yes.
Neitzer?
Yes.
Elberg?
Yes.
Sale?
Yes.
Starr?
Yes.
Staley?
Yes.
Brecky?
Yes.
Erickson?
All right, that passes 8-0. Next item was item 6 from the consent agenda.
Yes, entertainment venue, Sioux Falls Stadium, structural waterproofing improvements to award a bid for building maintenance improvements. Vendor is Sycon Incorporated in the amount of $298,000.
Councilor Starr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is another, I've kind of harped on this one a lot, and this one keeps coming back, and I understand that we've approved the funding for it, but we're in the middle of having a task force that's deciding what to do with the baseball stadium, and we're going to put $300,000 into a Band-Aid to continue to keep it moving forward. The mayor, you've promised us a report by June or July. It seems like this is something that we could put off that long into waterproofing and structural improvements. And I know this is something that until we make a decision that we want the baseball stadium to be a long-range thing. And I know in the short term that it makes sense to do these kind of repairs and to, you know, we always harp on we don't maintain the things we have. So I get that part of it as well. But this is really a short-term that we're there. In the past, when I've harped on this, we haven't, we hadn't made any progress towards having a solution to whether we're keeping the baseball stadium or not having it, and whether we're moving it and giving them the opportunity, this task force, the opportunity to have that discussion. I just have a hard time spending $300,000 in a time where maybe it's something we could put off into our park system somewhere else.
Any other comments or discussion on this, Councilor Kiley?
Could I ask Director Kearney a question regarding this?
I'm going to ask, probably ask Sean Pritchett to come forward and speak to this actually with finance.
Sean Pritchett, Director of Finance.
Hey, Sean. I share some of the same concerns as Councilor Starr. Can you tell me what's the length of the contract that we have with the organization that's utilizing the facility?
Well, currently we're in a 20-year agreement that expires in January of 2020. As part of that agreement, we do have requirements to maintain the facility in a working condition. I appreciate the concerns that Councilor Starr and you have brought forward. I had the same concerns when I saw that we were going to publication for bids on the project, and I had some conversations with staff in regard to what we were planning to do with the funds and the money. We did have a study done of the facility here that came out in March of 2018. It addressed near-term, more critical improvements that needed to be made related to health and safety, utilization of the facility, as well as protecting the facility and any structural deterioration of the facility. Those are really near-term items, and they were projected at about the amount that's being requested here to move forward with. Then there were longer-term priorities. So there are things like dealing with the retaining wall, things dealing with the facade of it that do need to be done should we continue to use that facility longer term, but they are not being proposed. And they had projected a cost of more than $800,000 just to deal with those particular items. So the items that are in front of you to approve deal a lot with like fixing the sidewalks so we don't have trip hazards, so people are not getting injured when they're out there, because we will continue to be operating this facility in the near term. And even if recommendations come out of this task force or what happens to this facility on a longer term basis, we still anticipate we will be utilizing this facility for several more years before anything else could be done with it. So in that case, we do have to protect that. There's a series of other things that are being done related to concrete, primarily the underlying infrastructure of the facility to make sure that it maintains that structural integrity for the next couple of years.
Okay, so it's basically our short-term needs and addressing safety needs, so it is safe for the public.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Sean. Counselor Staley, do you have a question?
So, I do. Okay, so we have a task force that's been chosen. They're going to be studying the whole campus. I don't know the details of what's going to be discussed in that. That hasn't been given to me yet. So if they may come up with a recommendation, this thing gets moved downtown or bulldozed, made into a parking lot, we don't know. And we also don't know the timeline on when that would be happening. So I'm very hesitant to put $300,000 in for fixing sidewalks or shoring something up at this point. And it's not widely used right now. We're not going, would think nobody's going in there at this point. Would that be accurate right now?
But it will be used this summer.
No, I understand. Well, unless the task force says that they want to immediately implement this, because the mayor has said this is going to be moving forward. It's not going to sit in a binder on the shelf. So we may be expediting, that's the word, expediting this thing to happen this summer. We don't know, Sean. So again, I'm a little bit nervous about spending this money right now. I think we could probably wait on it.
Well, the anticipated time frame for this is, I believe, for the task force is to release any recommendations that they might have later in the summer, and then that all comes to a discussion, as I believe, with the council at large to any changes that would be proposed. So we are talking about an extended period of time. And again, we do have a lease to that facility that we do have to maintain it in a working condition, at least through the term of that lease. And so we are still inclined to do that. And I think from our perspective, we don't want to have anything caused injury or anything to happen to that facility in that near term. So while I appreciate the concern over the expense that we have, I do anticipate that facility will continue to be operating in the near term for several years, and the investment is worth it just to make sure that we are maintaining it in a structurally sound way.
Counselor Kiley.
Thank you. And you have adequately addressed my concerns as long as they are just the short-term needs. And I do understand that we're most likely going to be utilizing this facility for some time to come, regardless of what the task force determines the final outcome is going to be. I don't think it's like it's going to go away immediately. And especially since we've talked about addressing risk needs, it would be prudent of us to address those. Especially since we've now talked about it in public and we've acknowledged it. I think there's a legal term for that. But so I will be supporting this based on the information you provided. But it is good to know that we are cognizant of what maybe is going to come in the long term, and we're keeping that in mind. Thank you.
Counselor Staley.
And again, when this whole project was put together, it was with the thought that this was going to go on for a while. You've just said so yourself, that we're utilizing the Bird Stadium for a while. And again, if a homeowner was thinking that they were going to be maybe destroying their home for some reason, they probably wouldn't be investing money. They'd reevaluate what they really needed. So I'd be more comfortable if we took this back with a fresh look and said, what do we really need, with the thought that this might not be, in 6 months, we're going to find out what we might be doing with it. I think that there could probably be some tweaking to it.
Counselor Sale.
Thank you, Sean. Recently my wife and I moved houses, and I needed to do some work before we moved. And I was obligated to do that, even though we knew we were going to move, to make so the roof didn't leak. And I know the new owners of my house, which happen to be my daughter and son-in-law, they really appreciated that I did that. We have a contract through 2020, as Director Pritchard has said, saying we're obligated to keep this facility up. Regardless of what the task force says, I don't think we're going to shirk our duties as a landlord to do that. I'm very hesitant to spend this money too, and I know other places we could spend it. But I think we're obligated to do that as a good landlord to our tenant. So I'm going to be supporting it, hesitantly.
Can I look for a motion on this item?
Move to approve.
Second, Selberg. Move to approve by Kiley and seconded by Selberg. Any other discussion, council? All right.
Yes, well, let me respond that when you're repairing a home for sale, Kurt Sale, you aren't getting ready to demolish it. We're not going to be reselling this ball field stadium. We're going to be ripping it down. So there again, I just think I'm going to be voting against this because I think it's prudent to back up and this, to the taxpayers to say, we're going to look at this again with the idea that it's probably a short-term fix. Maybe we don't need to spend $300,000. Maybe we can get the job done. We can fix those sidewalks for $10,000. We don't really know. But we're going on old information, in my opinion, I'm glad that you fixed the roof for your daughter. We're not going to be fixing the roof for some other owner of this facility.
I just have
Counselor Sale.
one point on that. There is no, to my knowledge, there is no preconceived notion that this building is going to be torn down. No, we don't know. So when you said that the building is going to be torn down, that is not actual facts.
It's a secret. Okay.
Can I call for a vote on this, please? Yes, thank you. I do need to ask for public input on this item. Sorry, these consent agenda items throw me off, so come forward, please, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, George Hahn, lifelong resident of Sioux Falls. I applied to be on the committee to consider that entire campus. One of my recommendations was going to be, in the short run, until we figure out exactly what to do with that stadium, don't spend a dime on it. Mothball it. We can move that team, if you want to call them a team, over to the ballpark that we have at Harmondon. It'll seat 2,500. It has ADA potties. If we need food service, there's 20 or 30 food trucks that would show up over there. We only need 3 or 4. Putting $300,000 into that building is ridiculous. We have now disclosed the structural deficiencies to the public. So just as in real estate, we have a legal obligation to notify, and then if it's going to be occupied, we have a legal and ethical obligation to fix it. But that stadium has a lot more problems than just $300,000. We desperately need the parking out there. And on top of that, we need another hotel out there, perhaps attached to either the convention center or the event center, 120 rooms on leased ground like we did with the Elmwood project. To throw good money after bad when we have another facility they could move into. Mothball it, forget throwing that kind of dough at it, and put the money where it can do some real good for the longer term. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bruce Danielson. I appreciate the discussion. Would have been nice to see contracts again. But on the other hand, I'm looking at this situation and saying, we have some kind of a committee we don't know the makeup of, we don't have any information on, that's going to make a bunch of decisions about some property that we really are, the citizens of Sioux Falls are all sitting here going, you know, what's going on? Now we're going to go spend some money so we can go flush it down one of the toilets that goes out there. We don't know what's going on. We'd sure like to know what's going on, but we have what some of us are considering an open meetings violation that's going to probably be followed by open records violations. We've already filed some paperwork in the past and, you know, got the templates ready to go. I think there's a real problem here. You guys are voting on something and you have no idea what you're voting on. How does that even work? You guys are up here, the 8 of you are up here to vote on this stuff with information and they're not giving you any. We just heard from the clerk. Oh, it's on, we just have to notify you that we've got a contract that we're going to spend all this money. That doesn't work. How many of you could survive if you had to pay a $300,000 bill and you didn't know what that $300,000 bill was for? Get a grip.
All right, seeing no more public input, I'm going to call for a vote on this, please.
Council members Kylie,
Yes.
Neitzer,
Yes.
Selberg, Sale,
Yes.
Starr,
No.
Staley,
No.
Brecky,
Yes.
Erickson.
Yes.
All right, that passes 6-2. Consent agenda item number 8, please.
Parks and Recreation, final design and construction administration agreement, Sherman Park improvements, Indian Mound Road retaining wall near 18th Street and Kiwanis Avenue, Midwest Engineering LLC, $40,550.
Counselor Starr.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, I have a question for Director Kearney, if we could, please. I did get a copy of this contract late because I asked for it, and I wanted to make sure that we're still following what we're doing as we're moving along in this process. One of the things that we made during the budget process is that we added a line under the justification, it's on page 112 of the capital improvement budget, while keeping in mind the artistic vision of the sculptor. And I wanted to make sure that I didn't see in the contract, because I didn't have time to go through the whole thing because I didn't get it till this morning. How are we keeping the artistic vision of the sculpture in mind as we're redoing this wall in the park, in Sherman Park?
Yeah, as we met with the original sculptor and talked with Mike Cooper and Russ Sorensen, who are the liaisons with the Visual Arts Commission, we essentially had a structural analysis done previously, and they made recommendations of what we should do with the wall long-term. Excuse me. And then we also received a proposal for them to design a new wall to be able to retain the soil on Indian Mountain Road on the south side. And then what we worked with the Russ and Mike on is doing a call for art. So their recommendation would be to have the wall fix in place and actually have that installed. And then once that wall is installed, do a call for art to incorporate art into that project.
I'm trying, if I could, Mr. Mayor. So we're going to design the wall and have it done before we include the art, the public art part of it at the same time. So we're going to get the brick wall or the structural part of the wall. There's not that in this contract that says that there's public art or a call for art or any of that as part of the design process for the wall.
We have it as a two-part process where we would design the wall to retain the soil and fix the blowout that we have in that location, and then we would come back with a call for art to make an investment in art into that wall, as part of that wall. Whatever that might be, the art, obviously it leaves it up to the artists and to submit their proposals for that call for art. And then obviously I'd defer to Mike Cooper if there are any other questions about how that call for art works.
Thank you.
Thank you. Look for Councilor Steele.
So, and Porter Williams was the what do you call it? Not a sculptor. Yeah, so he might get cut out of the deal? I mean, you're going to have him have to resubmit too?
Yes, I believe that's how that works for a call for art, is that it opens it up to anybody that wants to submit.
So that whole thing is just going to be, his part of it is, have you had any conversations with him about how extensive it would be to repair that? So he could reinstate the artwork that was done there?
Yeah, that's what we had done with the structural analysis with a structural engineer to assess whether or not it could be repaired. And there were a significant number of factors that would require that wall to be significantly lowered in height. And his recommendation was to go with a unit wall type construction method.
So I'm let's say that the community got behind preserving Porter Williams' work and wanted to maintain that. How would that look for you?
Well,
I mean, because he was there, it did fall. That's not his fault. It fell down, right?
I don't want to comment on whose fault it was and why the wall fell down. All I know that it did, and what we're looking to do is come up with a plan so that we don't have another failure in the future with whatever goes back in.
Thank you, Don. Any other questions for Don on this? All right, any motions to be made here?
Move to approve Erickson.
Second, Sale.
Okay, and I'm also going to call for public input on this. Seeing none,
I think we have something here.
I would ask for future items, if people do care to speak, please make your way forward for those items while they're being discussed. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Porter Williams. I am the builder of that wall. And I am really concerned about the process that has been presented to you people about taking that wall down and replacing it with another wall. I know that I've been left out of that process of what would be happening to that wall. I believe that we can repair that wall and lower the wall and make it safer for it blowing out again. We know what happened to that wall, and we've been told that we used inferior products behind it, like plastic. We didn't use plastic. We used the same material that they use under the streets. We know that that hill did not move. It hasn't moved for thousands of years, and I don't know why it would move now, because we did not, when we constructed that project, we did not do any, we just added to the hill. We did not dig out the hill. We don't believe, I know we were told that the dirt sifted through the wall and that behind the wall was plastic. Well, it's not plastic. It was high-grade material that is behind that wall. So I would, boy, I really don't know what to say about it because it's my project. I mean, it was my artwork. And to be left out of my artwork, I don't know. I just, I don't know. I don't really know what to say about it. I would want this council to know one thing. If you're going to take that wall down, I would like to get it back. If you're going to destroy my artwork, I would like to have it back. If that's possible. You know, to incorporate that wall into a new wall, that's not possible. Thanks.
Thank you, Porter. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, George Hamilton. Simple question about the wall is the fact that the wall and the setup that was done, the wall is the art. So when you speak about having a call for art, basically what you're going to do is you're going to tear down the existing wall, you're going to put up a wall, not put up a piece of art. You're going to put up a wall, then you're going to look to have somebody put a mural on the wall or something, whatever we would go with at that point. But you need to understand that that section of the wall is the art itself. So if the art is not what's important here and stuff, you know, then it would be nice for people just to say that's what it is and stuff, because, you know, the ground is there. So, Porter, when was it made? When was it built? It's been there for a while. So if you take it down and it's rebuilt, you know, to be structurally in that place and stuff, that's what he's saying, it can be done. But if you're not willing to have it be rebuilt as art, then, you know, that's just a piece of art from a local artist that's been here in Sioux Falls that's going to go away, you know. So I think you need to take some more consideration, because if we're just going to put up a poured in place concrete retaining wall and draw a picture on it and stuff, you know, it's going to be hard to replace a piece of standing art in the city. So, you know.
Thanks, George.
Again, George Hahn, Sioux Falls. I have enjoyed that piece of art for over 20 years. I'm very familiar with who did it, how it was done, the techniques used for construction. There were no weep holes. There was no way for water to find its way around the sculpture and onto the sidewalk. I honestly think those things can be repaired. I have a pretty good engineering background, although I am a realtor by profession. To destroy a piece of art that cannot be recreated is against all of the things we say are good about Sioux Falls. We talk about retaining those things that people enjoy. We shouldn't destroy them until we have determined exactly what our options are. And I don't think we have explored our options. There are ways to stabilize the soil, and we need a good soils engineer, a good structural engineer to work in harmony with each other, and the artist. The stones that fell can be replaced. And I think we have a duty to the arts community, if not the artist himself, to explore all the possibilities. Some of that cannot be done until the soil warms up completely and we're done with the frost business. But I encourage you not to act hastily on destroying a piece of art that lots of people have enjoyed for 20 years. Thank you.
All right, Counselor Sale.
I'd like to make an amendment to this motion.
Oh my God.
There's more.
If you wish to speak on this item, please come forward so that we can keep this moving forward. Go ahead, sir. Please say your name.
My name is Chris Lee. I've lived in Sioux Falls for 55 years. Grew up here, been here my whole life. And I worked on the wall with Porter. When the wall first part of it came down, before the backhoe got on there and started crawling around on it, it could have been fixed very easily. I built that wall from the beginning to the end. I know a good idea what happened to it. But with that being put aside, I've watched the city of Sioux Falls beautify this city over the last 40 years, and especially in the last 20. And for us to decide that we're just going to put up a modular block wall in a part that is our pride in our city, without even having a landscape designer or somebody look at what else could be done there, I think we're just getting ahead of ourselves on that. And I think that everybody should take a step back and take a hard look at that, because Sherman Park's a special place, and the wall was a special place. And the work that was around the wall is still there, and it was there when I was a child, and that's with stone too. So I would take a serious thought back on that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Counselor Sale.
I'd like to amend the main motion to defer this to the March 5th meeting.
Second, Erickson.
All right, there's a motion by Counselor Sale to amend or to defer this, and the amended motion, and seconded by Erickson. Discussion on that, Counselor Sale.
Based on the input tonight, I think it's probably appropriate that we could have the engineer come and lay out some of the concerns that Director Carney and others have done. I would be interested in hearing that, and maybe outreach to the citizens that spoke tonight.
All right. Any other discussion on that? If not, I'll take a vote on the amended main motion then.
Council members Kylie?
Yes.
Neitzer?
Yes.
Stellberg?
Yes.
Sale?
Yes.
Starr?
Yes.
Staley?
Yes.
Brecky?
Yes.
Erickson?
Yes.
All right, that passes 8-0. And we are now on to our next item.
Item 11, first reading. An ordinance of the City of Sioux Falls, South Dakota providing supplemental appropriations for Community Triage Center study, Public Health, $100,000. Recommendation, set a date of second reading for Tuesday, February 19th, 2019.
Again, Jill Franken, Public Health. This is the ordinance that will provide that supplemental for the funding that is coming from both Avera and Sanford, totaling $100,000. That will allow that money to be received to the health department and then used for the community project of the Community Triage Center. It'll be designated specifically for any activities that are conducted by the community groups that are working on the triage center, but the majority of which will be used for the contract which you approved earlier with PRA Inc. So,
thank you, Jill. Anyone from the public here to speak on this item tonight? Councilors, do you have any questions?
Move to set the second reading for Tuesday, February 19th.
Second, Kylie?
Okay, a motion by Erickson, seconded by Kylie. Any discussion on this? A vote on this, please.
Council members Kylie?
Yes.
Neitzer?
Yes.
Stellberg?
Yes.
Sale?
Yes.
Starr?
Yes.
Staley?
Yes.
Brecky?
Yes.
Erickson?
Yes.
All right, that passes 8-0. Item 12.
First reading, an ordinance of the City of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, amending the Code of Ordinances of the city by amending Chapter 38 Elections, Section 38.010 Election Results by requiring a plurality to be elected as council member and a majority to be elected as mayor. Recommendation, set a date of second reading for Tuesday, February 19th, 2019.
Councilor Brecky.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and present more to the public this time. I presented earlier to the council at an informational meeting. I'm bringing this issue forward, and I consider it to be a two-part issue because I'm going to ask that the council take a new look at an action that they took a year ago where they changed council election requirements to 50% plus one. And I'm going to ask them to take a fresh look at that and study some things that they didn't look at the time when they were making the change. And then after that, I'm going to make a presentation to the Charter Revision Commission and ask that they make a permanent change and make a recommendation to put the election procedure in the charter itself. So the proposal that I'm making tonight is that this ordinance proposal that you see before you would be what I call a placeholder ordinance. And I'm suggesting that this is the procedure that is the best practice of the three practices that the city has used in its past history. What I'm asking the council to do, to take a look at, and I want public input and feedback on, is, what is the best practice for the election of city council members? This is the public needs to know this is a difficult situation for council members to be in. Since its inception, the city charter, and I'll have you put the next slide up, the city charter, has given the responsibility of determining the election process to the city council. The very first election was dictated by the charter, and it allowed for the council to make temporary regulations, and it mandated that they do it in such a way that the council positions would be staggered. So the first terms, had 2 at-large council members for 4 years and 1 at-large council member for 2 years, and that was to cause this staggering so that you didn't have a complete rollover of city council members and lose all of your knowledge and institutional knowledge at one time. After that, it became the city council's responsibility to determine the procedure that they would then use to elect their officials. So the first one that I just referred to in 1994 was called a simple plurality, and that meant that eliminated all runoff elections, and whoever won, and it disregarded to any kind of percentage. In the discussions that followed, and when in 1998, when the permanent ordinance was put into place, there was some consideration given to the fact that might have some really small percentages if you just went with a simple plurality. And so the final decision was made to require a 34% plurality to elect a council member. And while that wouldn't eliminate runoff elections, it would significantly reduce them. That ordinance and procedure was in place for nearly 20 years. And to my knowledge, I never heard a single complaint from any council members, from any citizens, from anybody about that process. When that was put in place in 1998, I happened to be working for the city at that time as the city attorney, and I was working with the city council when they put that into place. And one of the questions that came up at that time is, why was the mayoral race at a 50+1 majority vote and the city council races only at a plurality? And so my office actually contacted the drafters of the charter at that time and asked them, did they know they did that, and if so, why did they do it that way? And they clearly knew that they did that, and they had multiple reasons as to why they did that, and it was a focused effort on their part to do so. The reasons for doing that were that they wanted the broadest number of candidates to be able to run for city council. They wanted to encourage the largest number possible of people to become interested in becoming a candidate. Avoiding runoff elections is avoiding additional costs. And that is what one of the things they considered was that was a barrier to entry, to make it too costly to run for a part-time position, which was largely a service position. And they clearly stated that, and that is why, in part, in 1998, the council then listened to that and agreed with that, and then passed the 34% plurality to elect a city council member. In 2017, Ordinance 8717 was amended to require a majority to elect a city council member. I have looked at that election history and what its impact would have in future elections. There was one runoff in the last election, the one that we just had. And this next slide is if you take that and you look at the yellow, it will show you that if you leave it at a 50+1 majority, you will have more runoffs. So it will increase the number of runoffs, which of course are more expensive. It also has the potential to have some very strange outcomes. And in studying that, one of the things I looked at was just some hypotheticals. You know, the first hypothetical is just your regular mayoral race like the one we just had. It did have one city council runoff. That's not that big of a deal because in that particular situation, the mayoral race had a runoff as well. There was a large number of candidates almost ensured in a mayoral runoff. So adding, you know, however many council runoffs might occur was not a big deal. But if you talk about it in the hypothetical, when there's two situations that I think are of grave concern, and I think, you know, this is why I'm bringing them forth to the council, and I will share them with the public. One is now the next two kinds of races. The next race there will not be a mayoral race. And historically, when there's not a mayoral race, the number of turnout is lower, and the interest in the election is less. So there's certainly a possibility that in a non-mayoral race, one election, if you had, let's say, 6 candidates, you know, would evolve into a runoff election, and all the others would be determined. And so then you'd have the city hosting a formal election in perhaps a small district with all of the other races over in order to determine the runoff. And I look at that possibility as not a possibility, but as a probability, that it's not a matter of if that's going to happen, it's just a matter of when that's going to happen. Because all you need is X number of candidates, and it's going to force a runoff. The other situation is if you had a mayor as an incumbent, and again, historically, when we've had incumbent mayors run, there's often less candidates, and it's not been unusual for a mayoral candidate to actually achieve that 50+1 in the outright election. So again, you have a potential situation there where the mayoral election is over, the excitement, the energy that generates is over, and now you have one or more council elections where there were 3 or 5 or 6 candidates, and again, there's a history that shows that happens. Now you have one or more runoffs, you know, after the mayoral election's over. And if you do it in like one of the smaller districts, you have a situation where, you know, say there's just, again, in that situation, just one district, you have a runoff, and you're putting this whole election on for a runoff. It's conceivable that a candidate could win by just a handful of votes, that people were just, the energy wasn't there to turn out, people moved on, and I think that again, that possibility is a very real possibility. So what that brings me back to is what was the city council thinking in the first place, or what was the charter revision team thinking in the first place, that really was the best practice, to either do a simple majority where you just went outright, and I've told the council members earlier today, if they want to amend mine, I'm recommending, and the proposal is the 34, because there's been no problem with it. No one has complained about it, there was no movement, there was no one saying it wasn't a good practice, that it wasn't working. I've heard nothing, nothing like that. And so it was a good practice. It was in keeping with what the original intent of the charter was by its drafters, and there just really wasn't any momentum for changing it, except the personal experience of the sponsor. And that often is what I alluded to earlier. The council's in a difficult position here because we are the fox guarding the hen house. And so I view our job in this role as one of our most sacred trusts. When we are dealing with election laws or when we are dealing with financial laws, and I referred earlier today, when we use our investigative powers to investigate, investigative and auditing powers, those are very sacred duties to us, and they shouldn't just be changed willy-nilly, and we have to force ourselves, if we're going to do our very best job, to look at best governmental practices, to look at history, election history, and all of these things that I'm trying to look at. and remove ourselves and our personal experiences from it and try to put in place the best, most fair process that we can. So going back to the elections ordinance that was passed, I think maybe it's more aptly referred to as an election ordinance amendment. What happened was in 2017, a series of amendments, a very holistic series of amendments were proposed in a very lengthy document. And what they were attempting to do at that time was mirror state election law, and that has been the city's practice since the inception of this charter, is to, for our election laws, we choose, with minor exception, to follow state law. And state law had made some updates, and so the city was going to mirror those updates in their ordinances so that we were in full, in full sync with the state of South Dakota on our election laws. So I have this slide because this shows you just the in-depth nature of the ordinance revisions. They were all brought forth as cleanup revisions. They were, the public was told, and the explanation was that these were not substantive. These were just a mirror to state law, and state law had done some cleanup, so we were doing some cleanup as well. So you have in front of you 6 pages of cleanup ordinance revisions, and that's what the city council thought it was going to be voting on. However, during that process, that first and second reading process, an amendment was proposed to change the election procedure. So now what you've got is a cleanup ordinance and a very substantive amendment being attached to that. And that ended up involving some rigorous debate and eventually was passed 4-4 with the mayor breaking the tie. My thought process in this is to just pull the council back and retake a look at this. The public was largely unaware that this happened because the head of the ordinance never revealed the content of that amendment that was put in later. When you have these non-substantive changes like that, and then you throw a substantive amendment, a very serious amendment here, totally changing the way city council members are elected. The public really didn't have the kind of notice that they should have if you really want their involvement when you're making those kinds of decisions. So that's part of the reason that I'm bringing it back. I want the public's involvement. I'm giving you a detailed explanation because I want you to help me decide and make this difficult decision. For me, quite frankly, it's pretty easy because I think the 50+1% has a lot of problems. There was no problem with the previous ordinance or the original plurality, and I don't have any problem with either of those, and they were working just fine, and they were keeping in with the original intent of the charter drafters. And and I have spoken to those individuals. They're still here with us, fortunately, and available for consult, and they would agree that there was nothing that was broken, and quite frankly, did not know that it was being changed. So we're not given the opportunity to present. And I have contacted them and I'm hopeful that they will be given the opportunity to present or will be able to be available next week. So when I started this, I said, and so this is, this is the current amendment that I'm proposing. And I started this presentation by saying I am suggesting a 2-part process. I'm suggesting that we put in place what was in place, put it back to what was working just fine, and do that as a placeholder ordinance, because I think this has become one of those issues that needs a full review by the Charter Revision Commission and a final decision from them whether or not this should be actually placed in the charter, and that responsibility should be taken out of the hands of the council because it is really too difficult for them to do objectively when they are so intricately involved in the process. And so while I'm presenting this proposed ordinance to the council to put it back, I'm simultaneously presenting a series of alternatives to the Charter Revision Commission. I have already contacted them and notified them that these proposals will be coming. I've asked that I be placed on the agenda. I believe it's going to be in May. And I will be bringing 4 proposals before them. And I'm asking them to take a holistic approach, take as much time as they need to study it, And whether they make a decision before this next election or the election 2 years from now, it doesn't matter. It's more important that whatever decision they make, that they take the time to study the issue in a very holistic fashion. Now, the 4 proposals or the 4 alternatives that I'm asking them to take a look at, and understand when they do this, all they do is recommend it to the public. So if the Charter Revision Commission does take a position on any one of these 4s, it will only, all their job is to recommend it to the public and say, we think this is the proposal and we think this is the best proposal, and then it will be taken to a vote of the people, because we can only amend the charter through an actual vote of the public. So that's what I'm asking, that it be done, run through the Charter Commission, and ultimately decided by the public how the council should elect themselves. The 4 alternative proposals that I will be making are, number 1, the simple plurality. Again, if the concern is, the costs of runoffs, just eliminate it. You will have some strange outcomes. You could have 6 people running. Some people could win by a handful of votes and a 12% majority or something like that. Or the placeholder ordinance that I'm talking about, 34% plurality, or the 50% majority vote, or ranked choice voting. There's a new voting methodology out there. I'm extremely interested in it. I told the council today, at this moment in time, that's my choice. I'm happy to put the placeholder in place, but I'd like to do serious and further study. I truly think that's probably the best procedure out there for this kind of thing, because not only does it avoid the runoffs, but it allows you to rank your choices. So ultimately, in one simple election, you get the kind of ranking order that allows the largest number of people to make their decision on that candidate. And I think it's a really exciting procedure. And I would also, I would also tell you about how that might work. Before the Charter Revision Commission, they do have authority to extend any implementation dates. So if they decide to study this, there's a lot of information out there on ranked choice voting. There's information on the other alternatives. Again, I want them to look at all of those, plus anything else that they think is of interest. I want them to invite the sitting council members, other council members, mayors back, and just take a really serious look at this issue. And they're a committee that has done this in the past. They're fully capable of doing an excellent job of it. I have every confidence of them in the world for their ability to do that. And they do, again, have the ability to delay implementation. So if they picked a more complicated procedure and it needed time to work software out, they could actually do that and put that in the proposal. They could actually send it back to the city council and say, we don't want to take a look at it, and your placeholder's just fine, and you just stay with it. It's your job. Doesn't need to be in the charter. There's different things that they can do, but I think that that at this point, because of the way the history has been with this proposal, and I've talked to several of the sitting council members who have found it very difficult. Now, because I'm asking them to vote on it again, and they just voted on it a year ago, it's kind of become a political football, and I think some of the sitting council members would be more interested in having it set forth in charter. So that's my proposal. I thank you for my patience. I realize it's kind of wordy, but I do think this is just one of our most serious things. It's one of our most fundamental things, a good, fair, and adequate election process.
Thank you, Councilor. Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? All right, councilors, motions or questions, discussion amongst you?
I'll make a motion to set the second reading for Tuesday, February 19th.
Second, Starr.
Okay, motion by Erickson, seconded by Starr on this. Any discussion, council? Councilor Starr?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'll be a little briefer. I thank Councilor Breckey for bringing this forward and bringing it as part of our discussion. I'd never make a lawyer joke from the dais, but I think sometimes we do that. But for me, returning this to the 34% mark and a plurality shortens the election cycle. It allows less money to run for this office, and it also probably takes a little power away from the incumbent, which I think when you talk to the general public, they look forward to all of those things. They always, at least the constituents I talk to, complain about how expensive it is to run for office, and I think every one of us understand that. I think that adding another 3 weeks for a runoff in a race of 3 people now down to 2 makes a whole lot more sense. There's plenty of election fatigue in our community. We voted 5 times last year by the time we were done. And this simplifies it and makes it easier. And that was really the intent of going to this charter form of government, was to make the process shorter and to allow the council to be a part-time basis and have more people input and a strong mayor. And when we moved this to 50%, it really added some unintended consequences, and I think this revision changes those and puts them back to the intent.
Thanks, Counselor. Any other discussion, Council? Counselor Sale.
And Counselor Starr, I do appreciate your sentiments on that, but as somebody who's just gone through a runoff, yeah, it's 3 weeks worth of a lot more work. But I will say, when people talk about voter fatigue, I'm actually one of the very few enjoy voting. I think it's something that a lot of people have sacrificed for us to do. So if we have to vote more often, boy, I'm all for that, because I can exercise my constitutional rights. I just can't support this, and I'll tell you in a short version why. I perceive elected officials changing election laws as being self-serving. Whether it is or is not, I've always perceived it that way. Sitting in this chair, I should not do anything that either helps or takes away my reelection if I choose to do that. So that being said, if this was deferred for 6 years, so none of us would be affected by it, it would be a different discussion. But we have an election coming up in a little over a year, and I don't want anybody to be accused of changing the election rules to benefit themselves or to keep somebody out of office. And I don't want this council to every year change the rules based on who's up for election. I encourage Councilor Brecky to get the Charter Commission to look at this and put it to a public vote. Then it's off of our plate and we can live with that. But I will not be supporting it at this time.
Thank you, Counselor Sale. Counselor Staley.
Well, and if Counselor Sale, we had the other 34% in place for 20 years. It was working. So if you're going to talk about changing it, it was changed last year out of nowhere. Counselor Rex Rolfing, Counselor Michelle Erpenbach, who got elected with less than 50%, and as they're on their way out the door, they decide, well, that really wasn't such a good thing, and we're going to change this. So that really, if you're going to talk about what shouldn't have been done, it shouldn't have been done last year. So all Counselor Brecky is advocating for is putting it back to the way it was before. And let me also say one other thing. We have Counselor Starr and Counselor Neitzer. I'm not going to speak for myself. We were elected with less than 51% of the vote. These two guys work harder than anybody I know on the council. They give it their heart and soul. And to say, well, you weren't elected with 51%, so you're not worthy to be on this council is it's a slap in the face. And past 20 years, we've had many counselors come through here who weren't elected with 51%. So this thing, and as Janet Brecky just said, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I get a call from Rex Rolfing, Teresa, we're going to be changing how the threshold for this. I said, where's this coming from? I've never heard anybody bring this up. And it was pushed through in the dark of night as an amendment, as she said, to this other kind of an innocent ordinance. So I think to say that we're trying to change this for our benefit, that would be to say that everybody in the last 20 years has had something for their benefit.
Any other discussion, Council? Councilor Selberg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, first of all, I take issue with the comment of somehow or another a couple of councilors have ever been said they're not worthy. That's not the point of this at all. As far as the record of how this was in the past, well, there was a record there. As far as the record of how this new ordinance has been, well, there's been no time to really see. It just got changed. So it needs more time. I agree again with Councilor Sale to the point where I'm not comfortable continuing to make a decision on how we get elected or reelected. I'm particularly not comfortable with chiming in on something which, should I decide to run again, would play a part in that, and I'm making that decision. I am going to vote tonight to move this to a second reading because I do believe that Councilor Brecky has put a lot of time into this and a lot of good thought into this, and I know she means well with it, and there's some good ideas to discuss, and I think that that does deserve another few days of discussion. I don't see me supporting this past that, but out of respect for the effort she's put in, I will move it forward tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Staley.
And let me just say, Counselor Selberg, you're not comfortable now voting on this, but you were certainly comfortable voting to change it a year ago.
Any other discussion, council? I'm going to call for vote on this, please.
Council members Kylie,
Yes.
Neitzer,
Yes.
Selberg,
Yes.
Sale,
No.
Starr,
Yes.
Staley,
Yes.
Brecky,
Yes.
Erickson.
Yes.
All right, that passes 7-1. Item 13.
First reading, an ordinance amending the 2002 revised joint zoning ordinance for Minnehaha County and the city of Sioux Falls by rezoning property at Lot A, Tract 1, Laurel Ridge Addition, Southeast Quarter, Section 23, Tract 102 North, Range 49 West, Mapleton Township, Minnehaha County, South Dakota, from the A1 Agricultural District to the Laurel Ridge Crossing Planned Development District. Planning Commission recommends approval 5-0. The recommendation is to set a date of second reading for the joint Sioux Falls City Council Minnehaha County Commission meeting of Tuesday, February 26, 2019.
Hey, Jason.
Good evening. Jason Bieber representing Planning and Development Services. This is an application and the owner is Tyler Childress. It is located 47677 Slip Up Creek Road within the joint jurisdiction of Minnehaha County and the city of Sioux Falls. And it's also located just south of the proposed Veterans Cemetery. The total size of the parcel is 26.9 acres. The purpose is sub-area A. The applicant is looking, it's roughly 2.41 acres. He's looking at constructing an event barn, and then the other 24.5 acres known as sub-area B will be left as agricultural. This, as we said, this has went to 2 joint planning commission meetings. There were several neighbors that showed up. Some of their concerns, traffic along Slip Up Creek Road. The applicant did have a neighborhood meeting. We are continuing to work with the applicant to try and address some of these neighbors' concerns.
Thanks, Jason. Anyone from the public here to speak on this item tonight? Councilors, you have questions for Jason on this? Councilor Starr.
Yes, Mr. Bieber, if you could. Tell me about the Slip Up Creek Road and what its capacities are and what we kind of have planned into the future for that area. Are there, I'm trying to remember from the transportation map this afternoon if there's some improvements that are planned for that area as part of the Veterans Cemetery coming in, as well as whether we made this change?
It's a great question. We did, the applicant did get a traffic memo done as part of this rezoning. That was one of staff's concerns as well as the neighbors. That traffic memo did not indicate this specific use would create a traffic problem on existing Slip Up Creek Road. We are continuing to have talks with this applicant as well as Veterans Park Cemetery about future use of this road if it will be paved. But that's not something within the city's long-range plan. It would be something that the applicant and the cemetery would work out. So,
Mr. Mayor, tell me about a traffic memo. That's a new term for me, so what that entails.
Yeah, just a little bit smaller than a full traffic study. So they just got counts out there. And I believe some of the peak counts on that road were like 30 cars an hour. So there's not a lot of traffic existing. And the peak counts, according to the study, will most likely be opposite times of this applicant, Mr. Childress's event barn, which usually will happen Friday, Saturday nights. And I believe he's going to try and get some of the cemetery, if people want to have little, get-togethers after a burial, he's looking to do that. And that would mostly be obviously on Saturdays and things during the day. So,
makes sense. Thank you.
Councilor Erickson.
Tell me where the roads are going to go from getting off of that to the sub-area A. Is there a plan for that? Is it going to go through that section or?
Let's see if we got it here. It's running kind of, you can see just a little bit here, but it's running along the west side of that little tiny flag that's going up to Slip Up Creek Road.
Thank you.
Look for a motion on this item.
I'll move to set the second reading for the joint Sioux Falls City Council Minnehaha County Commission meeting on Tuesday, February 26th.
Second.
Okay, motion by Erickson, seconded by Kylie. Any further discussion, council? All right, a vote on this, please.
Council members Kylie,
Yes.
Neitzer,
Yes.
Elberg.
Yes.
Sale,
Yes.
Star,
Yes.
Staley,
Yes.
Brecky,
Yes.
Erickson.
Yes.
All right, that passes 8-0. Item 14.
A resolution vacating the South Elmwood Avenue right-of-way from the south right-of-way line of West 26th Street to the north right-of-way line of West 28th Street.
Evening, Chad.
Good evening, Chad Heavey with the Engineering Division of Public Works. This segment of Elmwood Avenue is south of 26th Street, kind of centered halfway between Kiwanis Avenue and Western Avenue. Elmwood today is a paved road with public utilities below ground and above ground. Here's just another view of the right-of-way, and then it's just showing the properties that are owned by Lifescape adjacent to this right-of-way. If the right-of-way is vacated, that 66 feet of right-of-way, we will maintain a 66-foot easement. And that easement will contain the public utilities. And with that being an easement, there are certain requirements that can happen and that can't happen. One of the items that cannot happen is that a building or structure cannot be built in that easement. It can be a parking lot. It can be a drive-through lane, and we have a lot of easements in parking lots across the city. The authority to release any type of easement in the city is with this body. So I know there's been discussions about what'll happen, but I'm just here to say that an easement will remain in place, and that easement will be, if it's ever released, will be brought to you for that, and you've, I think, understood that and dealt with that in the past. We have conducted an analysis on the impacts that this vacation would have on the public utilities and the public transportation system. From a utility standpoint, the only comment was from Fire Rescue, and that was that the water main in Elmwood Avenue and the fire hydrants needed to remain in service for firefighting purposes. And that will be met because we will be keeping the water system as a public utility. So that will remain. From a street volume capacity, these streets out here, except for 26th and Western and Kiwanis, are considered local streets. Local streets can efficiently carry about 1,800 vehicles a day, and that's what we consider its capacity of those streets. History has shown that both through right-of-way vacations throughout the city and through street closures we do every year, commuting traffic, and I'm talking about the commuters, they disperse in a lot of different ways, and they disperse in a lot of different patterns based on how people drive. So we do expect there may be some increases on the local traffic in the neighborhood with the vacation. There may be some decreases because we've seen that as well. But from a capacity standpoint, the increases that occur will be minor relative to the traffic that the capacity can hold today, and it will not be a significant impact to the neighborhood transportation system. And for those reasons, engineering does not oppose the vacation. Okay, these are a 24-hour traffic study that we conducted on June 11th and June 12th in 2018. And you can see here the traffic on Elmwood Avenue was 495 vehicles. We did do another count in September, and at that count on that day was about 454 vehicles. So about a 10% decrease from those two particular days. And it was a Monday, Tuesday, and the next time it was a Thursday, Friday. So my point is, we are using these traffic models because those were the most, those are the biggest, highest volumes we saw when we looked at the 2 days. We did set up a camera to monitor the traffic on Elmwood, and we do know out of those 495 vehicles that used that route that day, that about 30% of those stopped on Elmwood in some capacity to access Lifescape. Now, what was the other 70% of the traffic? We don't know how many people used Elmwood to access and to park on 28th Street and then use Lifescapes. We don't know how many people used Elmwood to go north to go to the VA lot to use Lifescape. We don't know how many people came and then used the northeast lot to go to Lifescapes. And so we feel comfortable assuming that about 20% of that 70% used Elmwood and we're going to Lifescape. So my point of that is, we're figuring we have about 250 cars a day that are destination bound, that are going to Lifescape, and we have about 250 that are commuters. Just more information on the traffic volumes that day. The peak hour of that day, of that 24-hour period, was between 12 and 1 o'clock. And there was 46 vehicles. Between 4 and 5, there was 43 vehicles. Between 5 and 6 that afternoon, there was 40 vehicles. And then between 7 and 8 in the morning, there was 38. And between 8 and 9 in that morning, that was 39. Now, those peak traffic hours are typical of what you would see around town, a lot of businesses. You have the people coming in the morning, you have the people going to lunch at noon, and you have the people that are going home after the day is over. I just want to point out that peak hour on that day from 12 to 1 was 46 vehicles. And so that peak hour is less than 1 vehicle a minute. So in the grand schemes of things, it's not very much traffic. Also the highest, we also broke this down into 15-minute volumes. The highest 15-minute volume was between 4 and 4:15, and that volume was 18 vehicles in that 15-minute period. So just over 1 vehicle a minute. And then just to kind of compare those volumes to another street in town, I'm going to compare Elmwood, which is a local street, to Bonson, which is a collector street. Bonson, we did a traffic count, same thing, 24 hours from 26th down to 33rd. The peak hour was what we would expect to see between 4:30 and 5:30, that commute home. And that volume in that hour was 647 vehicles, which is 11 vehicles a minute. So I just wanted to set the basis here for local streets versus collector streets. Obviously, collector streets are there to carry more traffic than the local streets are. Okay, now just a little bit of history on where this right-of-way came from. So in September of 1949, Robert Patterson's and Sons, they were a developer in town, they platted kind of this area, and when doing that dedication and platting, they dedicated 33 feet of right-of-way to the city of Sioux Falls for the use for right-of-way. The next month in October, the same developer, along with Hayward Investment Company, is when the transaction occurred between those two entities and the Children's Care Hospital and School. In 1950 is when the west 33 feet of right-of-way was dedicated by plat to the city. And then in 1951, sanitary sewer and water main was installed in that stretch of Elmwood. In 1952, the hospital and school opened. In September of 2018, which everybody's well aware of, the property on the west side was rezoned to institutional, limited to accessory off-street parking. That same night, this right-of-way vacation was not approved. I know this is a little hard to read, but I know you've all received it. Like I just stated, the Lifescape property has been rezoned to construct a parking lot. This is a drawing of that parking lot. Just some things to note on here. Access to this parking lot is strictly off of 28th Street. So traffic volumes on 28th Street and in the neighborhood and traffic patterns are going to change no matter what happens out here. It's going to change because access to this is off 28th Street. It is a one-way lot from south to north, and then the exit for this lot is on the north end, about 100 feet from 26th Street. The driveway or the exit from that parking by design standard is 100 feet back so that traffic can pull out, stack up, but will not block the exit for cars that want to get out and continue to use it. Again, this is a little hard to read, but I'm just going to give you the dimensions from the west property line, which is the bottom here, moving to the east. Right next to the west property line, there's a 35-foot landscape buffer. Then there is 60 feet of parking. And then there's a 20-foot setback, which is required by ordinance. This lot replaces 85 of the 90 stalls on the VA property. So there will be additional parking needs in this area, and more than likely they are going to occur on Elmwood Avenue. Removing the driveways on the west side of Elmwood Avenue are going to allow, if it was striped for parallel parking, there'll be more room, there'll be more spaces that will be able to park on Elmwood. There'll be 26 spaces if they were signed, and these spaces would be anywhere from 22 to 26 feet as you go up and down Elmwood. 26 spots would be on the east side, and there would be a room for 23 spots on the west side. The new parking lot moving to this location, combined with the more on-street parking, is going to further congest Elmwood Avenue. There's going to be more vehicles, there's going to be more people parking on the street, there's going to be more people getting out of vehicles on the street. There'll be more traffic that is commingled between Lifescape destination traffic and commuter traffic. It's our opinion, what we've seen throughout the years, some of the commuter traffic will disperse and go other places. But some of the commuter traffic is not. And that is where we see the big issue with this option. This is a photo from August of 2011, looking from south to north. The picture is a little skewed. It really looks narrow. It's not that narrow, but there'll be more of this parking that takes place on Elmwood Avenue if the parking lot is constructed on the west side. Okay, here's the parking lot option using the vacated right-of-way. Access to the parking lot for drop-off, diagonal parking, and the 90-degree parking is from 28th Street on the south end. The 90-degree parking is also accessible on the north end by coming in off of 26th and then coming into the 90-degree parking. The drop-off lane and diagonal parking is one way, south to north, but all traffic will exit onto the arterial street, which is 26th Street. Dimensions, again, from the west property line going from west to east include now a 54-foot landscape buffer, which is 19 feet greater than it was originally. 93 feet of parking, which includes the 90-degree parking and the diagonal parking, and then a 14-foot drop-off lane. This lot has 148 new stalls, which accounts for the 90 stalls in the VA property and provides an additional 58 spots, which will replace the on-street parking adjacent to Lifescapes, which by removing that parking will put them off the street and into this lot, which will improve traffic flow on those streets where the parking is today on both sides. Here is an exhibit that shows how parking is today in that neighborhood. So the green lines are, it's unlimited parking. You can park on both sides of the street. If there's a red line on a certain side of the street, that signifies no parking. If there's a red line like you see on both sides of 26th north of Holly, no parking on either side of 26th. This is showing it with the right-of-way vacation. Everything on Elmwood now is basically gone because it's solely Lifescape parking. The property they own on the north side of 26th Street, or on the north side of 28th Street, they've agreed to sign that as no parking, which will add some width to those streets, which will be a benefit as well. I mentioned earlier we've done a lot of right-of-way vacations throughout the years, and we've looked at traffic patterns before. We've looked at traffic patterns afterwards. I just want to share a case study. This is a right-of-way vacation. It's similar in nature, but there's none two that are alike. This is at the corner of 41st and Minnesota Avenue. This occurred in 2015. One of the reasons the petitioner requested the vacation was to address on-street parking, because their on-street parking was Duluth. They didn't have enough parking at the time. And also the commingling of their customers, their delivery vehicles, their employees with the commuter traffic. The numbers in red, and I know that it doesn't come out very well, but the numbers in red or at the top are the numbers from 2015. And you can see that the traffic volume on Duluth from 37th to 39th is over 4,400 vehicles a day. I would consider Duluth a local street. That's a lot of traffic for that street. And as you can see, the numbers decrease the farther you got. Norton Avenue from 37th to 39th, almost 1,800 vehicles. We kind of talked that capacity of 1,800 vehicles. And at the time, we had a lot of phone calls and complaints about Duluth, Norton. We went through the same exercises we're doing here tonight. We went back out recently and did another 24-hour count just to see how the numbers look today. The numbers on 39th between Duluth and Norton are about the same. They went 423 down to 407. I'd consider that's a wash. If you go over just a block to the west, you have now 39th Street from Norton to Summit. That number, traffic went down 48%. Now go up on Norton Avenue between 37th and 39th. That traffic went down 53%. And then the next 2 blocks going to the south, that went down 10%. Now, I'm not here to tell you that the closure of Duluth dropped the traffic on Norton by 53%. We went out, did an evaluation of that intersection and had to install, or the warrants were met to install a 4-way stop. So east-west movement was always stopped with a stop sign, but when we did the criteria to look at the warrants for a 4-way stop, we put the stop signs in, so now it's a 4-way stop. And my point of this whole exercise is that the commuters that use this as a shortcut are gone. The fear in the neighborhood is that Duluth traffic would move to Norton, and Norton would move to Summit, and Summit would move to Prairie, and that's not what happened. Commuters don't like stop signs. They don't like turns. The commuters dispersed in a lot of different ways. Some are probably using 41st in Minnesota now. Some may be using 37th. Some may be using 26th. But we know they haven't went to one particular area because we haven't gotten a phone call in this area since the right-of-way vacation happened. This is a picture of Duluth before the right-of-way vacation. You can see they had a lot of employees parking on Duluth. And the commuters, they continued to use Duluth. Here's a picture of it today from 2018. There's nobody parked along the park. And we don't get complaints here. Volumes are still high here. They probably went from 4,400 down to 3,000. But there's very little on-street parking. There's no complaints. The commuters have found a different route. Here's a picture of Norton from 2017. Kind of the same thing. They found a different route. This is hard to see as well. We did have a open house last night. And we invited, you can't really see this, but I should have used a different color. We invited the people that in the lots that are shaded, because in our opinion, that's who potentially could see an increase in traffic. 4 people attended. I'd say it was a very open discussion. We probably spent an hour and a half asking questions and us answering them. I wish more would have attended, but I thought we had a very good discussion. All right, so in closing, we're looking at this solely from a utility and transportation network system. From a utility standpoint, we're rock solid. From a transportation system standpoint, the volumes are going to change. The traffic patterns are going to change no matter with what happens. My experience tells me it's going to be a better solution to vacate Elmwood because it's going to eliminate the commuting traffic. The commuters aren't going to come up to 28th and then make a turn. They're going to take Oak. They're going to maybe not even get on Elmwood. We don't build Elmwood today. What you would call as a minor collector. It's the quarter mile. We used to call them minor collectors. Sometimes we don't even build minor collectors anymore because these straight shots that run from 41st to 26th. Commuters like them because there's very little speed control. There's very little traffic control. There's very few stop signs. They don't have to turn, and this is the road they want to use. I mean, it's on my recommendation from what we've done is that we vacate Elmwood. We get the Lifescape traffic to this one area. By closing that, the commuters are going to disperse on several different routes. Traffic on some of these local roads may go up a little bit, but as you saw from the tables, adding 50 or 60 cars to a road it's not a big impact. And I live on a local street too, so, but I do think from a transportation standpoint, it's the right thing to do.
Chad, thank you. Is there anyone from the public here to speak on this item tonight? And if you are, make your way forward. Come forward, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. Steve Watkins, CEO of Lifescape. Mr. Mayor, with your permission, similar to what we did on the first reading, if you don't mind, I'll do a part of the address and Rick will address some of the details. If that works, might need a couple extra minutes. That'd be okay?
Sure.
Thank you. Okay. So want to talk a little bit about who Lifescape is and particularly who the people are we serve. I think it's a particular driver of why we want to talk today. So today we're facing a volatile, politically charged issue on street vacation. I want to appeal to your heart by understanding our mission and the ADA-directed safety implications we face delivering that mission daily. Our roots, as you can see, as a community neighbor started with a groundbreaking in the 1950s. Clearly, you can see we're first to put down the roots in this neighborhood. As we collectively are known as Lifescape now, we've grown to offer an array of services for disabled adults and children who make up the most vulnerable members of our society. We currently serve over 5,500 individuals from 61 counties and 40 school districts in South Dakota and neighboring states. Since our first services of helping children with polio, we've been one of the first to take progressive steps in treatment and care of children and adults with specialty needs and complex care. We've become essential in the community by providing the first services no other provider could offer. I'd like to take a brief overview of some of the continuum of care we offer. I'll do this as quickly and as respectfully as I can. We offer an 18-bed children's specialty hospital and inpatient rehabilitation center for kids up to 21 with a focus on complex medical care like traumatic brain injury. This is the only pediatric specialty hospital in the state. We offer an intermediate care facility. It's licensed for up to 61 children in the residential services with a focus on behavioral and medically complex kids. The kids either live too far away to be transported each day or their care is too complex for their families to perform. For this group of kids, this is home. This is their community. We become an extension of the family, and unfortunately in some cases we are their only family. We offer a specialty school. The specialty school works with roughly 120 kids, some of which are transported by the parents or schools up to 60 miles away on a daily basis one way. Here the kids go to school just like all the other kids. We have homecoming dances and parades, but unlike the other schools, these kids have extensive disabilities. Through new technology, they learn how to use adaptive retinal recognition screens that allow them to communicate with others for the first time. Imagine this. You hear the words, "I love you, Mom and Dad," being spoken by your 5-year-old son for the first time. That just happened last week at the facility. We have 3 specialty outcare clinics with additional school-based outreach services servicing over 250 people a day. Clinics provide multidisciplinary care. What's that mean? Pediatric, physical, speech, behavioral, occupational therapy, psychology, eating and swallowing disorders, augmentative communication, seating and mobility, and finally sensory integration for autism. Autism is one of the fastest growing issues our community faces, with 1 in 40 kids having some degree of autism. We offer family support for over 150 families that allow the children and the adults to stay home with complex issues. A larger goal nationally is to provide people we serve with the opportunity to work and live in the community. We currently support 33 teenagers in transition to adulthood programs. We also support 90 adults through our assisted employment program, and we're excited to announce that Poet has joined that program as of last week. Number one goal of a parent with an individual we serve is to have a life that matters. That's both for the children and the kids we serve. That is why the adult day services, which we serve almost 450 adults daily in Sioux Falls, gathers a community. We do activities and have social interaction versus isolation. Lastly, I know there's a large focus on affordable housing by the council and others. Lifescape provides affordable housing through rent assistance, food, and personal needs through adult residential services that impact 281 adults in 38 homes. We also serve another 146 people that live in their own home. The service we provide are complex, and just real quick on this, the only alternative services out of the Sioux Falls or Rapid City locations, Denver, Omaha, and Minneapolis. Again, trying to be respectful of the time. The services we provide are some of the most complex of care that we have for the individuals. Roughly a fourth of these individuals, excuse me, 2/3 of the individuals have 2 or more diagnoses. And then we have a quarter of them have 4 different diagnoses. And so 4 different types of challenges. We have one kid that has 15 different. The complexity of what we do.
And Steve, I'm going to ask the council, I'm going to give Steve 1 additional minute to finish up here.
Okay. So real quickly, the mission statement that cities publish is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all residents. The vision statement says City of Sioux Falls needs to be vibrant, attractive, and safe. And the first goal says the county desires that the citizens of our community feel safe. Your mission, vision, and of the goal encapsulate exactly what it is we're trying to talk to today. We can no longer ensure the safety of our kids, but I know the council can. Politics aside, it's the right thing to do for these kids, these families, and our staff. I plead with you now, don't let the politics supersede the safety of my kids. Please support our kids by supporting the ADA-based ask for vacancy of Elmwood. Their safety truly rests in your hands.
Thank you, Steve.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to ask for a point of personal privilege. I have Mary Ann Hofer on the phone. She is a property owner living in Texas. She is the abutting property owner to the parking lot. She is not able to be here. She is on the phone. She would like to testify.
Okay, currently our ordinance doesn't allow for public input via phone, Councilor Staley.
And I believe that you have the ability to make allowances. So are you saying no on this?
I don't have the ability to override ordinance.
You're saying no. So I'm going
Correct.
to challenge the ruling of the chair.
Second, Star. Okay, I'm going to actually defer to the city attorney on this, please.
Councilor Staley, I'm going to agree with the mayor on that. There isn't discretion, and I can give you 4 bases for why the mayor, respectfully, sir, does not have the discretion to allow telephonic testimony. The first being our ordinance. It's City Ordinance 30.015, which requires a physical presence. Certainly contemplates it, including stepping up to the microphone. Second would be a resolution. It's Resolution 56-18, which sets forth the policies of the City Council, which includes remote meeting attendance for city councilors. Does not have an allowance for members of the public to make that appearance, and even if a city councilor wants that, they're required to pre-arrange that appearance. And
which this woman did attempt to do.
Okay, well, she has not done that in the sense that she hasn't done that, and one of the reasons that's a concern is because you have a duty to record and present these things to the public. The third issue that we have with that is a precedent that's never been allowed here, and the fourth is frankly equity, and equity is related to precedent because one of the things that's required for open meeting laws is notice and due process, and in this case, and frankly, I'm not even sure what the lady intends to state, but whether she's an opponent or a proponent of this, you're not providing notice to anyone either that's aligned with her or that's on the other side of that issue the same opportunity. And the reason I mention that is because there could be any number of people on either side of this issue that would want the ability to appear telephonically, and there's just frankly no legal or practical structure in place.
And I understand that, and that's why I was asking for a personal privilege, just because this woman is one of the homeowners that is directly affected by this. But since, okay, Mary Ann, they're saying no.
Mr. Mayor.
And my understanding was I can read her statement as well. She can have a statement. Okay.
she has a
Mary Ann,
written
do we have permission to read your statement?
Yes, you do.
Counselor Staley,
Okay,
she's
thank
not able to join us telephonically, so you can
I'm going to read
her
the
statement
statement.
if you'd
Okay.
like.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. You have a
Counselor
motion
Starr.
on the floor to appeal the decision of the chair. The next thing to do would be to have an up or down vote of that.
We can't vote on that
motion.
because we cannot vote for Robert's rules to override ordinance, and the ordinance is to not allow telephonic testimony, so that does not require a vote. So I'm going to allow you to read that testimony, and then we'll move ahead with the rest of public input. Thank you.
Mary Ann Hofer, she lives at 1900 South Lincoln. She would be on the west side of the parking lot area. Council Member Teresa Staley. Dear Teresa, I, Mary Ann Hofer, 1900 South Lincoln Avenue, thought the Lifescape parking lot issue was already voted upon and that Elmwood between 26th and 28th Street would remain open to through traffic. I don't think it's fair for Lifescape to return to what has already been voted upon and decided. But since it's a big organization and a corporation with a new CEO and it didn't go in their favor, they got to reopen the process. I would appreciate your vote on keeping Elmwood between 26th and 28th Street open to ongoing traffic just as it currently is. Rick DeSanto did not correctly represent me when he said I was concerned about the traffic. What he left out was, I do not want to have the street closed to through traffic. I am also concerned with the fact of their plans to vacate and move to another location within approximately 5 years. Teresa, I appreciate the fact that you took the time to come to my house and to gather information firsthand from someone who is directly affected by the landscape issue. It meant a lot to me, and I would appreciate your continued support on keeping Elmwood open to ongoing traffic. Thank you, and God bless, Mary Ann Hofer. And then she wrote, I am in Texas for the winter months, so unable to attend any of the meetings. Thank you. Thank you, Mary Ann.
Please come forward.
Welcome. Thank you.
Catherine Larson, I live at, I'm Catherine Larson, I live at 2708 Westwood Drive. And I respect the work of the former CCHS, currently Lifescape. And I just want to tell you that Elmwood belongs to us. It's a right-of-way. It is a public right-of-way. And that street is important to the maintaining of our neighborhood as a residential neighborhood principally. Principally a residential neighborhood, and that's somewhat different than the street 41st and Minnesota. Principally, we think of ourselves as maybe Riverview South. You know, I mean, we are a solid neighborhood. There is a public institution, an institution that's open to the public that is just with an Elmwood address that is just south of 28th. Parking for Lifescape is needed, we know that, but an alternate for pickup and drop off, I think, is possible. I think that this is, if the 5 years is true, this is a permanent solution to a temporary problem, because Elmwood won't ever be reopened again come the day that that's not needed anymore, that pick up and drop off feature. I think that there is a person, and put yourself in the place of that person, who lives on Lincoln. And you have a home, a mid-century home, and you have lived there and maintained it for many years, and you've had other people offer to buy your home, but you love your home. It's unique, and you love to live there. You've chosen to stay in it, and now a parking lot is in your backyard, just beyond your backyard, and maybe you'll have 12 to 18 more garbage trucks and whatever the number was, more cars every week going by your house. I think that now your house is probably not as attractive as it was before. This affects people. This affects their real estate. No neighbor that I have on Wood Drive that I spoke to, and we're not affected by traffic, but the feel of the neighborhood will change. And I think that's something that we don't want to happen in our neighborhood. We don't want the feel of it to change to commercial or institutional rather than the residential neighborhood we are used to. So I ask that you don't tear down a house and put a parking lot. I mean, that's already been done, but don't continue this idea of that you can kind of rummage through people's neighborhoods and just do what you would like to with their public property. That's ours. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Rick DeSanto with Lifescape. First, I just want to say that as an organization that supports people with disabilities who have been there for approximately 70 years, we are a part of that neighborhood. We are the neighborhood. The kids feel that that is their neighborhood. We have parades around the neighborhood. The kids get out and play. They walk through the neighborhood. So we've been a part of that neighborhood since the neighborhood started. Some of the things, we're doing our best to work with the neighbors to make concessions so that this is palatable for them. Some of the things we've done is we allowed a condition on the rezone to allow only parking. We've agreed to put up a 6-foot fence and berm, which is over what's required. We've put in significantly more landscape units than what's required, just to make it a nice park-like setting back there. We've agreed to replace the fence for Mary Ann. We've agreed to allow Mary Ann to choose where the trees will stand once they're planted on the property behind her house. We've agreed to put evergreens in for her, and against the Landscape Garden Center's recommendations, we're going to put in taller trees. She wants to benefit from those today. They won't grow as fast in the future, but we're going to put them in because that's what we want to do for Mary Ann, to try to help her feel better about it. If I misrepresented Mary Ann, I apologize, didn't mean to. I certainly did get from her that she's concerned about traffic on Lincoln. So you're right, she doesn't want the street vacated because of her concern for traffic on Lincoln. That's what she told me when I visited her before she went to Texas. We've agreed to design and reduce the impact of the lighting as much as we can in the parking lot. We've offered St. Mark's Church to use our parking lot on the weekends because they're a little concerned if we don't allow parking on the street there, that they may not have enough parking for their church. So we've agreed to let them use it. We've moved, based on input from the neighbors, we've moved our employee entrance and exit off of 26th and back onto 26th. So that traffic doesn't have to come through the neighborhood to get into the parking lot unless we don't vacate. With no vacation, we replace 85 stalls. With a vacation, it's 158, I believe, or 148. We're trying to be the best neighbors we can. We appreciate the neighborhood. It is a beautiful neighborhood. One of the things that when we talk about Lifescape potentially not being there at some point, there's no guarantee we're not going to be there. We have no money at this point in time collected to build a new building. We're certainly looking at it, but just like the other core businesses, the businesses in the core of our community like Avera, Sanford, Sioux Falls University, Augustana, we have a need to grow. And we've been planning in case we couldn't replace that parking lot at the VA for 20 years. We started purchasing houses once we built that parking lot over there, knowing we had a 20-year lease. We were in hopes we could continue that lease, but they obviously have parking issues too, as well as Bethany, who's next door to us. So I just ask that you consider that we're doing the best we can for the neighborhood. There's a lot of neighbors that feel that this is the best solution. to vacate that street. And just ask that you vote yes for that today.
Thank you, Rick. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Diane Schnabel. I live on West 29th Street. And my remarks were penned before I heard the city council or the city engineer's remarks regarding utilities and traffic, but I will continue with what I have written. Last week, I emailed city council members with my concerns regarding the closure of Elmwood Avenue. Of the 3 responses I received, one stated, and I quote, "I know this might be an inconvenience to some, but I do believe it is the right thing to do. This closure should not be addressed as an inconvenience to some, but as a safety issue. The streets adjoining Elmwood are not designed to absorb additional traffic. Just 2 examples on Lincoln, people cut through the curve at the Wood Avenue intersection, and that will not get better with the increased traffic. Also, renters in the Lifescape-owned houses have not been moving their cars during snowstorms, which leaves the street narrower after the plows go through. Closing Elmwood cuts off the only through street from 26th to 41st between Western and Kiwanis. And I certainly support the safety and the mission of the Lifescape students, but CCHS did know 20 years ago that the parking issue would need to be resolved and the safety of the students would need to be considered. If you've ever driven through that neighborhood between 26th and 41st, Western to Kiwanis, you know the streets don't run through and they do not benefit traffic flow. This might have been short-sightedness on the city fathers at the time, but we don't need to continue that short-sightedness. And I would recommend, if the vacation is approved, which I strongly believe it will be, unfortunately, I do not agree with that, but I recommend that the egress be rerouted to 26th, not to 28th. So egress and exit be on 28th, on 26th Street. Thank you.
Thanks, Diane. Good evening.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Vicki Eisler, and I serve 2 purposes tonight. I'm a neighborhood member. I live less than a half a mile from Lifescape, and I'm also the principal of Lifescape School. I would just like to ask you that to think of the safety of the children. If we vacate the street, the buses will be able to safely allow the children to come into the school. And we have children who have significant mobility issues and significant disabilities who have absolutely no idea of what a safety measure is and can't watch traffic, can't do anything else. So as the person who I also oversee the residential program as well, so all the children in that building, I am charged with their safety every day. And I just ask that you help me with that. And let's do this for the children to make them have a safe entry and exit to their building. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Vicki. Good evening.
How do we turn this on? Good evening.
Yep. Janelle Kane, 1808 South Lincoln Avenue. It's the last time you guys will probably see me for a while. We get to know each other pretty well. Wanted to show you here a diagram, aerial view of our neighborhood. This is actually Elmwood Avenue, and this is Kiwanis Avenue. So this is a Google look at these houses that have all been moved, now is empty and going to be parking lot. This is my house right here. This is Mary Ann's house, and this is Greg and Lori's house that are privately owned. On here, I'm going to show you now from Lincoln, which this is my house, and this is Elmwood Avenue. This is the Lifescape, and then this goes over to Western Avenue. Okay, so that's the rooftops. That is a residential area. At this point, with the vacation of the home, that's the view from standing in my patio door to my backyard. I never thought that 317 days ago, when I got the letter bombshell from Lifescape that this was going to happen, I'd still be standing here and advocating that my best case scenario is I only have 100 cars parked in my backyard in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. I think that is a ridiculous situation, and for more than that, it's not going to work well. We don't need to vacate Elmwood Avenue. With the parallel parking, we're within 15 spaces of what would happen if we did vacate it. If we vacate it, well, we are serving a great disabled population, but when they walk down the street, those closures with people, white cane people, is an issue, okay? Very disappointed that this email came my way from the administration's office urging all the council members to vote for the vacation. Not cool for public officials to advocate for a private industry. I don't have the resources. I have my big mouth from West River. Dad didn't have any boys. He had girls on the farm, okay? This is my resource. I didn't get to hire Jameson publicity firm and get all my Lifescape employees to email you safety of the children. I had the sign-up sheet from our neighborhood picnic, the people that gather in our neighborhood and want to keep it safe and want the traffic controlled. Don't you think that vacating that, if this was an issue, when we voted this down before, it was about the parking spots. Let's be realistic. It's all politics. Now they didn't get it, and now it's about the safety of the children. Don't you know that they have to report every incident, every near miss? It's a school. We would have cardstock paper, laminated reports if there were accidents and incidents and problems with the safety of the children coming and going. What they have is a congestion problem of traffic about 20 minutes a day when school lets out. This has nothing to do with the children's safety. This has to do with the real estate that the new CEO confirmed that they would be gone in 5 years. And we want to limit the number of parking stalls for whomever goes in there that doesn't have a fleet of vehicles that they can park in there. And then they still have all the neighborhood streets filled up with their new employees. It's a very realistic thing that can happen, and it's something we don't want. The maps we saw last night, the renderings, are not the maps that we have seen all along. They said, oh, well, these are to zone, these are to zone. That 20-foot buffer, if we leave Lifescape, or if we leave Elmwood open, we can do somewhat of an easement or whatever. It's done all the time, okay? So we can make the berm wider than 35 feet. I'm saying I'd rather have, if it's just 35 feet and cut in stone, that, and as the homeowner, looking out my backyard with my 4 little dogs that bark at everything, that I would rather have 100 cars there than 150 cars there and school buses going by and dealing with the noise problem, plus the additional traffic down the front of my street, which was evident when they were moving those houses. We had so much more traffic down Elmwood, and where that curve comes out, it is extremely unsafe. Not to mention the people that live at the end of the street will get T-boned in their living room.
I'd like to give her an extra minute.
Okay, go ahead.
The people at the end of the street, what's going to happen is your opening is on 26th Street, and you're requiring people then, with closing that, to go through the residential neighborhoods to access their parking lot. If you don't vacate the street, they can come down Elmwood and get into their parking lot that way, and they can parallel park along those streets. Hence, once again, coming back to the fact of we're talking of less than a difference of 15 parking spaces between the two plans. What we're looking for in a closure here, realistically, is real estate. Real estate means money, and that's what it's come down to. And that, I thank you for your time, and I appreciate your vote not to vacate Elmwood and leave it open.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Councilman, Councilwomen. My name is Joan Reistoffer. I spoke last Monday, in case you forgot. I am a neighbor. I have lived in the neighborhood since graduating from Augie in '83, and I walk a lot. I walk twice a day to work, sometimes 4 times, because I work at the VA in my home. And so I know the area well. I, like many of my neighbors, totally shocked by loss of the houses that we had. Now we are dealt with this parking lot. It's just amazing to me how fast that can happen. But the parking lot, it makes no sense to me that you would not enter and exit from 26th Street, just like the VA parking lots. They have the upper parking lot on 26th Street. Cars go in and out the same way. The lower parking lot, which would be just about a half a block from the Lifescape parking lot, you go in and out the same way. You don't reroute traffic to a residential area. The terms that were used by Chad about a minor collector or commuters is okay on Oak, have really hurt the heart because you're talking about residential areas. Interesting on Chad's drawing, which seemed to take a lot of time, he didn't even mention, he doesn't have Ferris on his drawings. Ferris is a street. In fact, I walked down that today, and there's cars from Lifescape always parked along there, some illegally parked into the snowbank. Now you have Bethany Nursing Home right next to it, and a lot of Bethany parks there, but it is a street. I would just like to address some of the fake news. How about that? More fake news like the media. And, the safety of the kids. Okay, there are 3 entrances, driveways, I should say, into Lifescape. The main is a huge parking lot, which I counted 9 parking vans, Lifescape. They take most of the whole first row. So why they don't park elsewhere, I don't know. They're full of snowbanks. And then they have 2 other entrances, one being a major bus stop. I have never seen congestion other than the normal congestion you have when you come and go at the end of a school day. Every school has that. Now, our neighborhood school is Laura Wilder. Anyone familiar with Laura Wilder? Great school, right off Oak. Laura Wilder has no driveway, no parking. Are we going to close streets around there because they don't have a parking lot? No, they use the residential streets. They have forever. Is that so wrong? Talk about the VA, the lease parking, okay? I never counted exactly. I guess there's 90 according to Chad. When I walked to work today, over half were open. Okay, how about the city streets, which are supposed to be, quote, fixing this problem if we have this parking lot? No, everyone was parking on the street, like they always do. All along St. Mark's Lutheran Church, all along the streets to Lifescape. Now, is that a habit? Probably. It's like going to a gym. What do people do that exercise all the time? They want the closest parking spot to the door. It's habit. You want to run in, but then you're going to work out for an hour. It's kind of like our way of life. Is it okay to walk a ways? Sure. Maybe think of something outside the box, like the Midco Aquatic Center. That parking lot is usually 3/4 open, especially on the backside. Maybe Lifescape could partner with the city and lease some parking from them. Now, could people walk to Lifescape? Sure. Would they want to? No. So then maybe have a van to shuttle people. We're used to small town, and the thing is, when you're in big city, as an example, my daughter is in medical school in Bethesda, Maryland. Does she have a parking permit to go on Bethesda? No. She has to take the metro. Now, how do you get about 2 miles to where you have to be? You can take a van or you can walk, which a lot of them do walk, which is 10 blocks. So again, we need to think outside the box here.
Thanks, Joan.
One more point.
Joan, I'm going to call you on your time. We got a lot of people who want to
I have
speak.
seen no growth on Lifescape.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Kim Heyer. I am the Director of Development at Lifescape. And yes, this is a neighborhood. It has been a neighborhood for children with disabilities for 70 years. And we are a school, we are a hospital, and we are a home for these children. My husband and I have lived here for 27 years. I fundraise for people in need, and as the Director of Development, I can back up what Rick said. Not $1 has been raised for a new facility at this point. I fundraise for these people. My husband works in service of the safety of all citizens of this community as a 25-year member of Sioux Falls Fire Rescue. We are here, I am here, in support of Lifescape and the safety of these children. This is what it's about and nothing else. It's the safety of these children. Councilwoman Brecky made a very eloquent statement about a solemn trust being put in you. And I ask you to take that solemn trust that we have placed with you under consideration when you're considering the safety of these children, the most vulnerable children of this community. Take into their consideration their safety, because that is what it's about. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Ann Nelson, and I live on Costello Road in this Lifescape neighborhood. I grew up on Wood Drive, and that's just a block and a half west of Crippled Children's. You can see it there. We coexisted with this neighborhood school. We played on their playground together. We delivered Halloween treats to them. We sang songs to them at Christmas time. My grandmother served on their auxiliary board. She baked their pies for their fundraisers, and she sewed the bibs the children needed for those special needs. For more than 30 years, my parents lived in this neighborhood until we couldn't find a home to fit my dad's physical needs at the time. I walked my golden retriever in this neighborhood. I sold my daughter a house in this neighborhood on Elmwood. She and her husband take walks in this neighborhood with their growing family, and they bought that home with the intention of living in that neighborhood so that she could raise her children in that area. I vote at St. Mark's Lutheran Church, and I attend the Church of Christ the King, and I am a realtor. By closing off Elmwood Avenue, you are essentially changing and taking away from the shape of our neighborhood, the community that we have, and I think you're impacting the home values as well. I have no ill will towards Lifescape. As the city grows, we need them, and we need them to keep growing. But for multiple purposes and reasons, I'm really opposed to closing this street at this time. To say it's for children's safety is a Band-Aid for the school since they have indicated they might not be staying, but more than that, their parking lot was always used as the drop-off before. So perhaps that needs to be modified to achieve the safety that they need. When you look at this map up here, one of my concerns is where Bethany is located. Bethany already owns all the homes down Holly except 2. They also own the 2 homes from the corner of Ferris over to Holly. And I look at this and I think we're so quickly closing off streets, removing homes, that we're going to end up in a position where that's next. And we've done this a lot in our community. As a realtor, I work with a lot of young millennials who are looking for homes. I work with retirees and singles who want to be in the core part of our city. But the reality is we're taking away more and more homes that are good, solid built homes that are fitting to them. Our builders are doing a great job of building new homes, and we need them to continue, but they can't build these homes at the price point that these homes can sell for and them make money. So it's not happening. We are slowly taking away more and more homes in this community that fit our young first-time home buyers and our retirees. And the other thing I look at is these young people want the core of the city. That's what makes them feel good. They're looking to be a part, an active part, and we are adjusting that by taking away these homes. You know, the National Realtors Association did a study in 2016 on home ownership and the essential values it brings to communities. There are several benefits to home ownership, which includes educational achievement, civic participation, health benefits, lower crime and public assistance, and property maintenance and improvement, pride in home ownership. So as we look forward to this, we need to look at the bigger planning of what is our city doing for planning, for the core. You've done great on the exterior, but in the core, we need to do a better job. Our city is becoming more ethnically diverse as well, and these are homes that can fit that ethnic diversity because some of them don't have the same income level to buy the larger homes. So frankly, the more we keep letting homes being sold and taken away by businesses, the more we're hurting that group of people in our community as well. Home ownership keeps communities strong, it keeps us safe, and it keeps us prosperous. The city needs a plan in place before any more streets are closed or any more homes are moved. I think when we look at these businesses, and I know some of it is necessary, but our city has to know a lot farther in advance what the big plans are before we can allow this to continue to happen. I'm asking you to oppose this street closure so we can grow our vibrant community in a very planned and methodical way.
Thank you, Ann. Good evening.
Hello. My name is Tanya Courtney, and I just would very much appreciate a vote to vacate Elmwood Avenue, and specifically for the safety of the children. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Kristen Tuttle, and I am also asking what Tanya Courtney asked of you guys for many reasons. First and foremost, the safety of the infants, children, and young adults that live at Lifescape. They are residents. They are part of the community. Second is for the safety of the students that come to a neighborhood school. Lifescape Specialty School is a part of that community, and we have those students coming to us every day, all year long, and the drop-off and pickup is a safety issue that we have. Another important piece that I feel that maybe hasn't been addressed is access for EMS. We've recently had an incident where we could not get an ambulance close enough to the front door. It was at the time of school drop-off. No, it was at the time of school pickup, and we had a child having a seizure. They had to stop in the middle of 26th Street and block traffic, and they could not get to our front door. So that is another ultimate goal as we look at the medically fragile infants, kids, and young adults that we take care of. So I just ask that you are in full support of the vacation of the Elmwood Street.
Thanks, Kristen. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Kelly Rogers, and I am a family member of somebody who is supported at Lifescape, as well as an employee of Lifescape. And I can tell you, when I come in at 9 o'clock in the morning to park in the VA parking lot, there is absolutely no space for me to park. I know many people come in at 7 a.m. and they have plenty of choice, but I have no choice whatsoever. And so I often have to go to the streets. And I know, talking to my friends, fellow millennials, everybody, my boss at my other job, that parking on 26th Street, that street parking, the parking on Elmwood, that is a public nuisance, actually. They hate driving up 26th Street because of all the parking that has to happen there. So with the lot and with the additional spaces, hopefully that can all be taken care of. And then I just also want to note too, as a millennial, as a new homeowner, that a school was recently started being building in my community, and I was ecstatic to have a school. It is actually a very attractive thing to have in a neighborhood, is a school that can support future children, that can support somebody that, if I would have somebody that would require the needs that Lifescape supports, then that would be a great benefit to have in a community. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
Hi, I've got a prop.
Good evening.
Hello, my name is Robert Gehrig, and I live in the community. I live off Lincoln, 29th Street. I was here last week on the 4th, And at that point, the chaplain spoke about giving voice to the voiceless. If you consider 20 extra cars a day going down a street in a business week, 100, in a year, 5,000, in 20 years, 100,000. So decisions we make today will affect a lot of people for a long time to come. These streets don't reopen themselves if they're no longer being used for the intended purpose of the vacation. A case of that may be Zomer Motors on 12th Street. That street's not going to open up again. I believe the street's called Lake. So I really do object to the closing of Elmwood. I feel it's detrimental to our neighborhood. And really, a regional organization such as Lifescape telling people to enter our parking lot, you must go through residential areas. It just sounds wrong. When you go to the entrance of the new parking lot that's proposed with a closure, you go to 28th Street. 28th Street is congested to the east with the nursing home. To the west, traffic roars. Elmwood coming from the south is a pokey street, as the engineer said. And on 26th Street, anybody coming to 28th Street, if they're going west, they're turning against traffic. Turning against traffic, about 5,000 cars a day. If they're coming from the west, going east, they're coming down Lincoln. As you can see, Lincoln's got that little curve right there. Pull uphill, you're cresting a little hill, wood tees into it, and it's uncontrolled. As I was walking around the neighborhood, talking to my neighbors, I met a man who said, I've had an accident there before. I pulled a kid out of a snowbank there one time. He's lucky he didn't park his Honda into the fire hydrant that's there. It's about a 18-mile-an-hour street maximum. And I think there's going to be high-speed traffic coming down it. And not only on the start and the end, the start of the school, the work day for Lifescape, but also for the church. Without Elmwood, you're denying the church, St. Mark's Lutheran Church, which you can see immediately south of the purple houses. They will be taking surface streets to get to their church as compared to the collector route that Elmwood is currently serving. So I do oppose that. I was at the meeting last night, and once again, I'd like to emphasize that they say with an 85 space lot and nearly 50 on-street parking spaces that we have 135. With a vacation, there's 148. A slight difference. They says we don't support on-street parking because we feel it's not safe. I would say on-street parking on Elmwood would be no different than on-street parking anywhere. So it's just a matter of taking care of your people and making sure that they understand that there is traffic going on. And as the traffic goes, you don't run across the street in front of it. Finally, I'd like to close with a little comment. If you look at the map above you, you see where the lot number 1, the house that's bordering Elmwood, is now gone. Immediately to the west of that is the former home of Mr. Long. We walked in the neighborhood. One day, Mr. Long gave my wife a present. He says, would you like a gift? And he gave us a cross. Mr. Long gave us this. I'm sure he wanted us to have a happy, safe, secure home for our child. He wanted us to be comfortable in his neighborhood. And one day, Mr. Long was gone. A new family moved in. Then they're gone. Now the house is gone. But Mr. Long's dream should not be gone. The neighborhood that exists along Lincoln Avenue going south doesn't need extra cars on a daily basis.
Thanks, Robert. Appreciate it.
All right. I got Mr. Long's dream in. Thank you.
Good evening.
Hi, Kyle Rogers. I do not work for Lifescape, but my wife does, and I do not live in the area. I dislike bad thinking, and so I'd just like to kind of go through a few arguments in favor of getting rid of the vacation or not doing the vacation. So I'll start with Robert Gary. He mentioned 20 extra cars a day and then extrapolated that to large numbers. Obviously, 20 cars a day, that's less than 1 an hour, very small. He mentioned it just sounds wrong. This is an appeal to emotion fallacy. Does not, is not logical. He mentioned an accident in the area. This is, of course, I'm trying to think of the word now. Anecdotal fallacy, that's where I was going for. And of course, the cross also, the gentleman could have lived in any house in any neighborhood. I think Robert Gary's arguments, therefore, should be thrown out. Ann Nelson's, she mentioned that we're changing and taking away the shape of the neighborhood. Obviously, that's, a very subjective thing. Perhaps other people would prefer this. She mentioned home values, as has been talked about previously, and I do apologize if I kind of cover this a little bit. Home values actually may rise both with the reduction of homes in the area and with the school being present. She also mentioned concern about Bethany moving in, which would obviously be different than Lifescape. She also mentioned homes that can fit ethnic diversity, which is a great thing, but also homes in this area can be rather expensive. I just looked one up on Zillow. It was $270,000. I'm not sure of the exact location. Seems a little expensive for kind of low income and middle income housing. Let's see, the woman from Augie, she said that it hurt the heart. Obviously, that's an appeal to emotion. Does not have any logical bearing on the matter. She says we don't have Ferris on the map, and Lifescape cars often park on Ferris. This easement, and that's not what it is. The evacuation would actually help with that rather than hurt because you would be getting Lifescape cars into another area. She also mentioned over half the spots were open when she looked in the parking lot. I do know for a fact that at various times throughout the day, spots are open for various school bus deliveries and things like this. There are reasons for spots to be open if they're expecting more traffic and things like this. She complained again about parking on the street, which is, of course, going to be alleviated by the evacuation. She mentioned the idea of using a shuttle van. The parking lot is already going to be built. It's just a question of the evacuation. So the shuttle van seems unnecessary. There was a woman, I believe her name was Janelle. She mentioned that she was concerned that this is a residential area. Obviously, there's still residential homes. It is still a residential area. She was talking about the view from her backyard. The parking lot's still going to be built. It's really not going to change significantly with the evacuation. She also talked about how Lifescape could hire a publicity firm, has large resources. They are a nonprofit, so the large resources part I probably would question. But these are basically just argumentum ad hominem fallacies. It's attacking the organization, not what's actually happening. She also mentions that there will be additional traffic, which is kind of true on the others, but as the gentleman doing the presentation at the beginning pointed out, that this will be eased in other ways. She stated that you could be T-boned in your home. I didn't quite understand that, and so I don't want to comment on that. Then I believe her name was Diane, addressed as a safety issue, but this, of course, obviously is going to be more safer for employees and for children. She mentioned also that streets were narrower when Lifescape cars were left and snowplows went through. Obviously, if Lifescape cars are not on the streets, this is actually going to help her concern rather than hurt it. There was another woman who spoke first outside of the woman on the phone. She said that the Elmwood address is very important to her. Conveniently, no addresses are changing. She said that your house would not be as attractive because there would be more cars. Actually, in terms of parking, there would be less cars. She was also concerned about the property value. I covered that. She said she would feel it would change. And then finally, the woman on the cell phone, basically, few argumentum ad hominems, because she was just talking about how Lifescape's a big corporation and has a new CEO, and that was basically her concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, Jessica Wells. I am an employee of Lifescape, and really, as I listen to the conversations, I feel like we are a neighbor. We have been a neighbor since the start, so we are a part of the conversation. Our kids trick or treat down all of those streets. It is their neighborhood, so 65 children live there and consider that their home. As an employee, their safety is of utmost concern every day for what we do. And I would hope you would support that and think about the kids' safety in vacating Elmwood Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Jen Miller. I am an employee of Lifescape relatively newly, by about 6 months. I was from Texas, so this is a terrible winter. But the draw for me for Lifescape was actually their mission, vision, and values right there on their homepage. My husband and I decided to uproot from Texas and come up and buy our first home here in South Dakota. After I interviewed with them, I realized this is a sincere passion. Their mission, vision, values are lived out every day. This isn't something to bring in funds or as a plea for any sort of special treatment. This is what they do. This is what they live for. I've seen it over the last 6 months, and the plea for safety is a sincere one. It's coming from the heart and for no other reason. Although we are labeled a nonprofit organization, this is a home to many children. So we talk about neighborhoods, we talk about home and their residence. This is their residence. And I frequently cross Elmwood Avenue, and I'm an able-bodied person. People don't stop. They don't see you. And I can only imagine what that would be like for someone who doesn't understand what's happening with a cane, walker, wheelchair, or hearing deficit, sight deficit. So I would like to plead with you to vote for their sincere ask of safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. Good evening.
Hi, Beth Wilcox, and I would like to ask that you vote for the vacation. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm April Lewis. I'm an employee of Lifescape. Lifescape is like my second family, and I would be really upset if my family wasn't protected, so I urge you to vote yes for the vacation. Thank you.
Thanks, April. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Mary Clark. I'm also an employee of Lifescape. I'm going to piggyback a little bit off of what Kristen Tuttle said. We have many buses, vans, cars that come to our place on 26th Street twice a day, once in the morning, once in the afternoon. They also go to 28th Street because we don't have room in the front. People actually have to cross the street on 28th Street because there's not room for all the buses, vans, cars to pull in the driveway. We've had people that have had to park on the north side of 26th Street and cross the street. All of these people have special needs. It's dangerous. Cars do not slow down. I would just ask that you would vote for the vacation of Elmwood. The other thing that we do is we do ask our employees not to park in front of homes. We know what happens. It's actually in our policy. We ask them do not park in front of homes on Ferris or Elmwood. When there was homes on 28th Street, we asked them not to park in front of those homes. So that's another thing we try to do as a good neighbor. We try and keep people from parking in front of homes. So again, I ask you to vote for the vacation of Elmwood. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mary. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Karin Brashler. I live on Elmwood, farther south. I grew up in Sioux Falls. I didn't grow up in the central part of town. I grew up in Prairie Tree, but I spent years canvassing the central part of town with my grandfather. I grew up following him around to those homes, talking to the neighbors. It's why when I chose to haul my husband all the way from Chicago to here, I demanded we live in the central part of town. I love this part of town. I also love Lifescape. All through high school, it was a joy and a privilege to take those kids trick-or-treating. I enjoyed every minute of it, and I think what they do is phenomenal. I really do. And I see their value, especially as our city grows. And I pray to God our city continues to grow, because my husband's a little fried with the small town feel. So I would love to see us grow and become bigger. With that, Lifescape's gonna have to get bigger. They're gonna need more space. And I have heard people talk all night about they might move, they might not a dollar is raised, but they might. If you close Elmwood, it's closed. That's it, it's done. And what does the next person who inevitably will have to come when they grow and have to move, whether they want to or not, what do we do then? If you have irrevocably changed a neighborhood, and they're right, Lifescape is a neighbor, and I value them, and they are part of what makes Central Sioux Falls very special. But I am very concerned. I have a lot of friends, and I have heard a lot of neighbors say they wouldn't buy in that neighborhood with that giant parking lot going in. Who knows what's next? And Bethany is another concern, and I know that's not the issue on the table tonight, but what's the plan for Central Sioux Falls as we grow? Do we become a donut city where you see families can't live in Central Sioux Falls? You've lost the homes that they can afford to move into. And you're right, the homes in the neighborhood are growing. As a real estate appraiser in training, I've seen the home prices in Central Sioux Falls are on the rise because people want to be there. But we're losing the homes they can afford as these companies buy out houses to tear down and build parking lots, and it's not just Lifescape. It's happening a lot in Central Sioux Falls, and I just ask before we close the street that you really think about the plan for Central Sioux Falls as a whole and what we want to see happen there. So I guess, thank you.
Thanks, Karen. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Cal McEwen, and Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you for allowing us to give our opinion here about this particular issue. I am as well a Lifescape employee, and I agree with the fellow Lifescape employees about, of course, the utmost important thing is the safety of the children. But I would also like to comment that I've been an employee there for quite some time, and I have often taken advantage of the great agreement we have with the VA with parking across 26th Street, of course. And you know, of course, that would require us to walk across 26th Street. And that, of course, we're lucky enough to have the yellow blinking light, stop if blinking, but it's a lot more difficult than you might think that people will actually stop. So I'd like to include the safety of not only the children, all the individuals that visit us on a daily basis, but also for the employees. So please vote yes for the vacation of Elmwood. Thank you.
Thanks, Cal. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Melanie DeBates. I'm the admissions director at Lifescape, and I've been an employee there for 15 years. Change is hard, and I think everybody can acknowledge that change is hard. But this change that you can impact tonight affects a number of kids. The safety of those kids, it affects all the employees, it affects everybody at Lifescape. We are a neighborhood. We are a part of that neighborhood. Those children are a part of that neighborhood. And I tell their families that every day when they call, asking about services at Lifescape. You're part of a neighborhood. You are part of a community, and we want you to be included. I'm asking you to support the vacation of Elmwood Avenue.
Thanks, Melanie. Good evening.
Hi, I'm John Haverly. I'm a volunteer at Lifescape. Started 3 years ago when I retired from my prior job as an attorney with the Small Business Administration. And my wife has been an educator with Lifescape for 30 years. And I've gotten a greater appreciation of Lifescape in the 3 years that I've been volunteering than I did when I was just observing my wife and her true believer status there. I work on the south end with a kid that has autism, and I've observed the traffic, the relatively minimal traffic on Elmwood that drives at a high speed. And I've also observed the congestion of buses. A lot of those are coming in from small towns around here with 1 or 2 passengers, and they're all trying to drop them off at the same time. There's a lot of congestion, and it's a safety issue that would be alleviated by allowing that drop-off lane with the vacation. So I would urge you to vacate the street.
Thanks, John. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Tammy Walcher Haverly. I have been with Lifescape for nearly 30 years. It has been my home there longer than I've been in my own home. I feel like I'm a part of the neighborhood. I've seen the neighborhood grow and change, and I've been a part of Lifescape to see how we've tried to beautify the neighborhood through the years. My role enables me to meet with all the families and visitors and school districts that support our services and our children. And I hear firsthand the concerns from everyone on the access to our building for the children. I hear from families the difficulties that they have accessing our building during the day because of the lack of parking, and the needs that they have in crossing 26th Street to come visit their child. As a staff person, I have also had safety issues in trying to cross 26th Street from the VA parking lot. The speed of traffic on 26th Street is sometimes very fast, and you cannot see them very clearly as they're coming up the hill from the Western Avenue area. I really urge you to look at vacating Elmwood for the safety of our children, our staff, the families, our visitors, our school districts, and all the bus drivers that work so diligently every day to get the kids to and from school safely.
Thanks, Kim. Good evening.
Good evening. First of all, thank you for your service.
State your name for the record, sir.
Yes, Jason Schoolmeister. I'm also from Lifescape. Thank you for your service to our city. You make important decisions for the future of this city, and it's not an easy job. I recognize that. Leadership is hard. One of the comments was made that the public schools don't need this. That is absolutely true. From where I sit, I see kids that can take up to 15 minutes to get in the door, whether it's equipment, whether it's behaviors in the parking lot. It's all this congestion. It's what we got. It's not ideal. And yes, there's a objective improvement in safety with the new plan. In terms of the future, so 5 years from now, who knows? But 1 year from now, there's a future. That future, the houses on the east side of Elmwood are still gone. There's still a parking lot. One option is there are less spaces, and there are more cars in the community. That's a reality. And they're parking in front of homes. They're finding places wherever they can. These are all realities that are going to be here in 1 year. You can shape the quality of that future in 1 year from now. So, yeah, all other things aside, this makes a difference. So thank you for considering the vacation of Elmwood. It is the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thanks, Jason. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Pat Derrick. I do work for Lifescape. I am going to ask that you vacate the street. We talked a little about it isn't about safety, it is about safety, it isn't. It truly is about safety. It really is. Every Lifescape employee, that's our number one concern, is the safety of the people we provide service to. It was interesting. I just bought a house on Prairie Avenue. With the selling point of that house, I have a church parking lot in my backyard. I love it because I don't have to walk out the back door and look in somebody else's house. So it was really a selling point to me to have that parking lot there in place. Again, we're asking for the safety of the kids. Please vacate that street.
Thank you. Thanks. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Rebecca Shear, and actually I'm an employee at Lifescape for 10 years. I asked that you guys vacate Elmwood, and for a couple of reasons. The first being obviously the safety. I park in the VA parking lot, and I don't know if you guys ever played Frogger when you were little, but it feels like that when you walk across the street. Our kids, obviously the safety of them walking across Elmwood. I'm able to play Frogger most of the time when I'm walking across, but I know that the kids don't have that capability to do that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rebecca. Good evening.
Dan Luke. I'm also an over 20-year employee of Lifescape. I can't say much more than what's been said tonight, but yes, it is about the safety. The comment that Kristen made about the ambulance stuck on the street, we can't take that chance. We can't take that risk that that ambulance can't get there when the children need us. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Good evening. Pull those down.
Okay, hi. Josie Smith. I proudly wear my shirt because I am an employee of LifeScape for the last 10 years. And I really want you to focus on our mission, which is that we empower children and adults with disabilities to lead fulfilling lives. I really want you to focus on the word empower because myself as an employee, I'm able to do that by being able to take care of the safety, welfare, and security of the children and adults that we support. Really focus on those words, safety and security. Today, I'm here to beg you to please be part of that voice with us. Yes, I know there's snickering and laughing as another LifeScape employee stands up, but please know that we're here because we're proud of what we do, and please be part of that voice with us. Thank you.
Thanks, Josie. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Becky Slider, and I am a 19-year employee at LifeScape. And along with Josie, I love our mission. Every day I get to welcome kids from off the bus to school. It's my favorite part of the day. I get to welcome them with a smile. They come in their wheelchairs, and I get to assist them so they can start their days. And I ask that you consider vacating the street as for the safety of all the children as they get on and off the buses. I'm also the volunteer coordinator, so I'd like to address how we truly enjoy and want to be part of this community. We are the community. In 2017, we invited the VA and all of our surrounding neighbors with handwritten notes to our car show that we had the community to attend. We had a parade last year that invited Laura Wilder. They sent half of their grades because they weren't sure if we could do it all. But Laura Wilder, growing together, we've worked with Edison students, and they come over to visit with us as well. So we also enjoy having all of the community members to be part of who we are and to share the joy that we all can bring together as a community. So thank you for considering this vacation, and we appreciate your time.
Thanks, Becky. Good evening.
Good evening. Hello, my name is Ben Jacobs. I've worked for LifeScape for roughly the last 12 years, and I know there's been a question on safety, and if safety is the reason this is, we're having this discussion. And I will tell you, I typically work in the Western Avenue location now, but I've worked in the 26th Street location and going back and forth quite a bit. I've had my car hit twice, both times losing side mirrors on street parking. Never have had that happen over in the Western Avenue location, parking in the parking lot. And so, just wanted to point that out, that there is a lot of concerns that come through there, and there's a lot of concerns coming across from the VA too that come up for not only the people we support, but staff as well. So, thank you.
Thanks, Ben. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Julie Game, and I am also an employee of LifeScape for nearly 22 years, and I ask you to support the children and their families and all the staff too as we do this important work. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Good evening.
Wilson. I am the CFO of LifeScape. So if you want to talk numbers, I'm happy to do that. But more importantly, I'm the father of a special needs son. And for a normal parent sending their kids to school, you have certain, you're a little reticent to do that. When you have a special needs son and you're sending them to school, it's a completely different deal. They have no way to advocate for themselves. They have no way to care for themselves. And you are putting that all on the school. We are LifeScape. We take care of those kids. And this street vacation allows us to do that in a safe manner. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Good evening.
Good evening, almost bedtime. My name is Jamie Richardson. I also work at LifeScape. Uniquely, though, I'm also a resident. I live at 1800 South Lincoln Avenue, which is right on the corner of 26th and Lincoln Avenue, and my 13-year-old son lives there with me. We love our neighborhood, and everyone is right. Everyone is here saying we love our neighborhood, and we do. Nobody wants a parking lot in their backyard. Everybody can probably agree on that. But I love what Lifescape has been willing to do and come forward and make those concessions of building that wall, putting in the mature trees, helping us keep that neighborhood feel. So you're not just staring right at a parking lot, because no, nobody wants to do that, and we understand that. And we've talked a lot about safety tonight, and I'd like to give a face and a picture of what that safety means to us. I am charged at Lifescape with being one of the people that coordinates the drop-off of our students, where those buses go. Each day we have almost 30 buses that come to Lifescape. They're coming from all these different communities. And when Tammy, that you met a minute ago, sends us an email and says, we have another school district that's just admitted, I go, oh my gosh, where are we going to put these buses? Because literally they're falling out onto the streets. Granted, it's a small amount of time during the day when they're there. They usually start coming about 8:40 and they're gone by 9:15. But while they're there, we are charged with the safety of those kids. And I think about the buses pouring out onto the streets. We have one young man who comes from north of Sioux Falls, and we have had days down on 28th Street where they can't get the bus close enough to drop him off, so they've had to go across the street, take the wheelchair ramp, put it down into a neighbor's front yard, and try and get his wheelchair out and across the snowy street with the other cars coming out of our back parking lot. And this young man's safety is absolutely at jeopardy. A couple years ago, we had a grandma who brought her grandson every day from an hour and a half away in the car. They came, it was that same crazy congested time in the front parking lot, and they couldn't get in. There was no parking spots anywhere. This was a young man with Down syndrome with severe behavioral issues, and he was much bigger than Grandma. They had nowhere to park, and they ended up across the street parking in that VA parking lot, and Grandma came in a nervous wreck because she was so afraid that she couldn't get her grandson across the street. Those are the real issues. Those are the kids. We talked about the ambulance not being able to get there. These are real things. It's not just a safety word. It's not just a word. It's real. It's reality. In 2016, we had a young man who made his way off of the playground, and this was in the evening, and he was running down Elmwood Avenue, and I was one of the people chasing after him. He was way faster than me. And we're all going after him, and he made the turn onto 28th Street before we could catch up to him. And we scoured that neighborhood, and it wasn't just me. It wasn't just the other staff at Lifescape. It was our neighborhood. I had families coming out of their homes saying, what does he look like? Which way did he go? What was he wearing? And for the next 30 minutes, they were all alongside us. And so for me as a neighborhood member, it's, the beautification of our neighborhood is super important. The culture of a neighborhood is important. And taking care of those kids needs to be a part of that culture. And I think every single one of these people in this room want that. So please help us keep those kids safe, and thank you for your consideration.
Thanks, Jamie. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Dennis Hefner, live in the area, and I'm not here to advocate on my behalf or anyone else's, actually, but I'm trying to look at this issue as I have to look at it the second time. And I was surprised the first time when the vacation request was brought to the city council, as I had kind of come to satisfy myself with the idea of a parking lot coming where the houses that I used to walk my dog by were now gone or going. A lot of mud left around. Anyway, so I was really surprised that the second request came before the city council. And what I would like to do is simply read from the copy which I sent to 4 of the council members as expressing what was on my mind. A second request by interested parties, as recently noted in the January 15, 2019 council minutes. I was present at the 2018 council meeting where the first request for vacation was denied, a vote which I applaud, which I continue to support, and which I urge you to continue. I am writing to indicate my desire that you also negate this second vacation request, and that you cause the interested parties to fulfill their somewhat unclear obligation regarding the clearance and usage of the already vacated property. I'll share some of my reasoning regarding my concern. I'm not shaking because I'm afraid, but that's part of my physical disability. And I too have to deal with that reality in my life. Number one, the original reasoning of the city fathers who first plotted this direct public access between 33rd and 26th Street still has merit. Now I know that this goes from 41st all the way through, but it's my experience, having lived in the area for a while, that probably Elmwood gets its north-south traffic between 33rd and 26th. I don't know for a fact. That's just how it seems to me. Number two, closing off this portion of right-of-way would not only inconvenience regular users, but would also contribute to confusion for the neighborhood used to its availability. Number three, usage of public property by a third party for their convenience without a concomitant public value seems somewhat self-serving and is not something to which I would contribute. Number four, in our expanding footprint, the city is doing as much as it can to improve its transportation demands.
Dennis, thank you for your
Closing the
comments, sir.
street for no requisite public good seems counterproductive.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here.
And thank you for your patience.
You're welcome, anytime. Good evening.
My name is Dave Ottoman, and welcome council members. And well, it took me 3 years to find my house, my dream home. And I happen to live on Williams Avenue between 26th and 28th Street. I'm the third owner of that house. Amazing. Most, in our neighborhood, we don't see the transition because it is a beautiful neighborhood. It is a wonderful neighborhood. People love living there. But now things are changing, and I know change comes, but I'm not liking it. And I don't see how vacating Elmwood would help or improve. I think it would make the neighborhood worse. Some of the things I've noticed just recently and don't understand, Elmwood on the east side of the street, there's fences all the way on Lifescape. They're 8-foot fences with like a jail fence, barbed wire thing on the very top. And part of it's the playground, and there's a door going into the playground, and there's another door, I'm not sure where it goes, and both of them are padlocked with chains and locked. They're not even access. They don't even use it. So I'm not sure why they're not using it, or using that side of the building to go in. I don't see how having the drop-off on Elmwood would change, because the kids would still have to go completely around to the south side to get into that entrance. They would have to go a 4.5 block longer to reach their door destination. To me, that would be more of an inconvenience. I tried to get the neighborhood involved. Well, again, I wasn't aware of this second appeal thing. I'm really shocked that it happened. I thought the first thing settled everything. I was surprised that this could be brought up to the council again. So, last minute warning, and so I'm sure a lot of the neighbors do not know, because the last time we did it, I went and handed out a lot of flyers on everybody's door to let them know about this. With the weather, short time, I wasn't able to do it this time. I did some phone calls, but I did the best I could. I would appreciate your vote to not vacate Elmwood. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name's John Soderholm. I'm a Lifescape board member, and I've lived on Elmwood, brought up my kids living on Elmwood. Lifescape needs parking. The city, as you saw the pictures, has moved in around what was Crippled Children's. The property that Lifescape bought it from willing sellers, and I believe that all the property around has gone up because of that. Nobody's lost property values. The feel for the neighborhood will change. There's no doubt about that. But I think with the green space and the people and closing Elmwood will cause the neighborhood to be a better neighborhood than not a better neighborhood. Your professional traffic engineer has said to you that it would be a positive thing to close Elmwood. The city has grown significantly over the years by closing streets. Augie, Sioux Falls University, Avera, the Valley when I worked for it for 31 years, and now Stanford has grown because many streets have been closed. If you're going to take the position that you're closing no more city streets, are you saying the city of Sioux Falls has decided we're not growing anymore? It's a bad omen to send to this community and the people who are going to make this community grow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John.
I would just like to quickly thank the...
Can you state your name, ma'am?
Oh, I'm sorry, Diane Schnabel.
Did you speak already on this topic?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Could I just...
You cannot. I'm sorry.
I just want to thank the
Ma'am.
Lifescape people for
You're welcome. Yes.
all their comments and dedication.
Thank you. Yep. Good evening.
Mr. Mayor, council members, I'm John Nordgren. I live on West 31st, and I've lived there for 17 years. And I wanted to just speak up about the plan to close Elmwood. A few years back, there was an issue about rezoning in our neighborhood, and a number of the council members that are here today voted against that rezoning because it would make a change to the neighborhood that was significant and would change the character of the neighborhood. One of the things I want to say here is how much I respect Lifescape. I respect the staff of Lifescape who have come forward to speak. These are dedicated people. They're caring people, they're ethical people, and they're responsible people. That's why I know that they work to keep the children safe when they come and go from Lifescape. The case that's being made for safety here, if it's valid at Lifescape, it's valid at practically every single grade school in the city of Sioux Falls. We can make the exact same case that we should close the streets in front of those grade schools. In fact, there's a stronger case to be made for those grade schools because those kids, there's more kids out, there are more kids darting around. There's a greater safety issue, not a smaller safety issue. If it's true on Elmwood, then it's true with the rest of the schools. I'm here to make the case, no, we should leave Elmwood open. It changes the neighborhood unnecessarily so. That's what I have to say today, and I thank you for hearing me.
Thanks, John. If there's anybody else, please come up. Otherwise, we'll treat this as our last speaker. Okay, thank you. Good evening.
Dana Degler. I'm a resident, 23 years on 28th Street, just a couple of houses off of Lincoln Avenue. I really appreciate hearing from the people from Lifescape. Obviously, they're pretty dedicated towards their clients, their students. I've also worked with the mentally disabled, and I still do for the last 20 plus years. But it just proves the point that this is not an appropriate location for children's care any longer. Maybe in 1950s it was. No longer is. Back in the days of urban renewal, Joni Mitchell wrote a song, right? That probably some of you know some of. Let me read some of it to you, some of the lyrics. They took all the trees, they put them in a tree museum, and they charged the people $1.50 just to see them. Don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you've got till it's gone? They paved paradise and put up a parking lot.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Corliss Erdman. I am a resident of 23 years on 28th Street. And yeah, I was thinking tonight too, you don't know what you got until it's gone. Homes, beautiful homes, smaller homes, but very nice, beautiful trees, they're gone. I walked that neighborhood a lot. And in fact, when those homes were being moved, I had to walk that street so often with my dog because I just had to get one more glimpse of it. And then those big trees in the back, I mean, I've never seen such big trees, but they're not there. I thought maybe they could stay for this parking lot. I'm sad. Today, there's a possibility that my neighborhood's appearance could change due to a big business wanting to take away a vital roadway that serves a gateway from 26th to 41st Street. I use it often. It's my main road. And I'm thinking big business may need to find a larger piece of property to accommodate all the staff that they have. In the years that I've lived there, I've seen an encroachment of the cars. I mean, there are never the cars that I see now in the neighborhood. So apparently there are a lot more employees. And by the way, I've worked in healthcare. I'm a healthcare professional. I've worked with various disabilities throughout my life. I'm very aware of the needs that people, small, young, old, need. So I'm asking you to not vacate Elmwood. When I see my tax form come across, when we get it in the mail and it says the Howard Wood Edition, I'm thinking, wow, that's pretty neat, Howard Wood Edition, you know? I live in a pretty special place, I think, in Sioux Falls. In the neighborhood, all the different streets, as you can see up here, there's no through streets. That's what I love about Elmwood. There you've got the street. Otherwise, you go between Elmwood to Kiwanis, 26th to 33rd, and there's the curvy streets. It's beautiful neighborhoods. People take pride in their neighborhood. And I just do not want to see Elmwood closed. I believe that they're going to get enough parking already by having removed the houses that they did and the beautiful trees that they did for 2 whole blocks. So please do not, or vote against. I want you to vote against vacating Elmwood. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Nicole Kaskovich. I'm also a Lifescape employee, and I just wanted to say that, we continue to grow because the need is there to grow. We're not doing it for our own reasons, but for the children and the needs of our community and the communities in Minnesota and South Dakota and North Dakota that need us in Iowa. And when you look at the fact that we collect kids from all of those different communities, it's a lot more buses than a typical school district, because you're serving multiple school districts within each state. So we do continue to grow, but it's for the needs of the community and not for our own personal. And I ask you to support this for the safety of the kids and all of the buses that we have to filter in and out every day. Thank you.
Thanks, Nicole. Good evening.
Good evening, George Hamilton. Okay, I'm gonna break this down real simple for you all. We talk about 1, 2, 3 property owners in the Howard Wood addition, okay? So I look up here and I counted, and before the vacating of these homes and them being removed, I'm looking at 15 parcels of land. So that's 15 single-family homes that were there. And I heard the gentleman speak about tugging on the heartstrings and talking about things that are ad hominem and stuff. But what we went through with Avera, what we went through with Sioux Valley, Sanford, however you want to call it, what's going on here? As you just stated, for the budget, as the money that was made, where Vera is building their new hospital, the largest capital investment that a single entity has made for building and stuff, is the new Avera South location out there. Gage Brothers took from 29 and 12th Street to build a multi-million-dollar facility over here. These houses that corporations buy and turn around, and then at the time when it suits their need, they come before the council and say, we need these houses, we need to rezone this area to fit our need. But they can't do that there without your approval. You buy a piece of property, we went through this here in the All Saints neighborhood, in the McKinnon Park neighborhood. The problem is, this company has been around 70 years. It's a nonprofit organization, and it's gotten bigger. We came here, we had this here meeting last time, and they said, we're gonna be gone in about 5 years, give or take. Somebody came in here this evening and said, we might not be gone. We might stay. We don't have the money. We're not fundraising. Okay, I'll take you at your word. You're not gonna leave. Then what? You've already said that Bethany owns all the houses on this side. Lifescape already owns these houses. Is Holly Avenue gonna be vacated? If they work a deal to purchase all of those houses because they need to expand their campus 10 years down the line, or we're coming back before you, hey, it's about this, we need more parking. Everybody needs parking. But the problem is, you didn't have this many employees 10 years ago. You didn't have this many employees 20 years ago. You wasn't serving this many children 20 years ago. So it's only getting bigger. So we come to you now and say, we're kind of pigeonholing this here problem. Can you help us out by vacating some streets after you already approved to let them tear down the houses and move them? So the simple question is, Avera decided to take their business somewhere. They got as far as they can go. You got big old parking lots between Minnesota and 4th Avenue over there, 7th Avenue. Sanford did the same thing when they built up. They built up to a part, and it's like, okay, now we can't go anywhere. All I'm asking you is vacating a street because poor planning on people's part who's supposed to have vision and looking forward at where they want to go, because their problem is not going to get smaller. There's no way it's going to get smaller. They serve a need. Nobody's talking about it's not about the safety. There's safety concerns. There's always been safety concerns. You have safety concerns when you serve 100 people. You have safety concerns when you serve 200 people. When it gets to 300 people, it's going to be more safety concerns. It's always going to be a problem with parking. That's what they're talking about. You have 3 homeowners here, and you got employees from Lifescape. You got employees coming up here speaking on the behalf in a neighborhood in which they don't have a vested interest. They have a vested interest in Lifescape, because if Lifescape moves as they said they were going to do and moves down the road 5 years down the line, this is a moot point to those people. They don't care that this street's gone. They don't care that these houses were torn down and stuff. They're going to work in another area. They're going to continue to drive back and forth to their house, and it's going to be irrelevant. But that street will be gone. Am I right? Once it's vacated. The gentleman said the city can't grow unless we vacate streets. You vacated Phillips Avenue, had a walking mall. You turned around and opened that back up because it didn't work out. So my question is, if Lifescape does leave this area, and as I spoke about it when we had the last meeting, the street needs to come back to the city. This is city property. This is a windfall for Lifescape to give them an easement, a right-of-way of property they don't pay for, but they get to sell. Remember that. They get to sell this property and walk away.
Thank you. Good evening.
George Hahn. My friend John will be last. He assured me of that. I've listened to everything said. I knew there would be 25, 30 people wanting to speak. And the last time this was before this august body, Janet, you represented a legitimate concern about the city giving away something that it had paid for. And I think you can clearly see from what Chad has stated and the history of this property, the original developers gave 33 feet, the city deeded over 33 feet. The 9 residences that front on that street have paid millions of dollars in property taxes over the years. And the effect of those houses being gone is very minimal. Chad has done a very good job of explaining how the traffic will be dispersed. I think all of the questions that you should have as a council have been answered with respect to that. And Pat, you expressed a concern that there perhaps wasn't enough neighborhood communication and contact and additional consideration. Teresa, you expressed the same concern the last time around. And you were the 3 that voted against it. It was a 5-3, and it takes a 6-2 to vacate. That's called a supermajority under our rules. Not in its 69-year history once has Lifescape ever asked anything of the city of Sioux Falls. Now they are asking for a safer facility, one that better accommodates, first of all, their employees. As important as anything, it accommodates those kids in wheelchairs, in vans. A wheelchair van that exits out either one side or the other or the rear requires 3 times the area to park in that a normal van might. You get 3 or 4 of those trying to get in the front door over a 30 to 40 minute period, 2 or 3 times a day. That parking lot is a cluster. I have been there. I have picked up and dropped off kids and grandparents and parents who have kids in there. I know many of the people who work there. I have nothing but the greatest respect and esteem for them. This is about giving something back to a very important part of our community, a lot of medical community growth that you have all benefited from, and we as a community have benefited from. It has drawn physicians and caregivers of all genre to Sioux Falls because they have these patients to serve, not just this facility of Lifescape, but many others. And the same is true of a lot of other institutions that care for those in special needs categories. We all benefit from that. I'm a realtor. I have benefited from it. I'm sure Marshall has. I'm sure Ann has. I think everybody has benefited from that, including the city, directly and indirectly. They've asked us to do them a favor. We owe that to them. We owe that to the city. To build or replicate that's $20 million. They don't have that kind of money. Avera, I know, just started writing checks. They had the money. They're a huge institution. Sanford can write a check for any amount they want. This is not a Sanford, this is not an Avera. This is a small nonprofit with a minimal budget where people are working for modest wages for 10, 20, and 30 years. We owe this to them. We owe this to the community. And we're not giving away anything that is that precious. Quite frankly, the plan that Chad lays out, I think, makes more sense than anything I've heard about making it a little bit different for a few months. People will get used to it. Nobody's going to come flailing up to City Hall and start pounding on the door. You ruined my neighborhood. Those 3 homeowners, yes, they have a right to express their opinion. But I think everybody else has put forth a competent, common sense group of reasons why this is a good thing. I wholeheartedly encourage your support for the vacation of that street. It's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thanks, George.
First observation tonight is you folks are all grossly underpaid. Put up with this. But I live in that, I have lived there for 24 years. I'm the first house on Elmwood. I live on Elmwood, 2004. I'm right there at the south of that whole development there. I watched Lifescape buy those homes up years ago. I saw them turn into Renter's Row. That's when I didn't consider them my neighborhood anymore. I saw the good and the bad and the ugly. I saw 80-year-old people that lived there. I saw people are doing drugs and didn't last 2 months there. It's never been a part of my neighborhood. I'm right there. So now the houses are gone. So I go like, okay, God, it's great to pull out of my garage and diddle down to 26, and I go about my merry way. About 4 times a day I do this. I'm retired. I got nothing to do. That's why I watch the damn neighborhood. I don't have a dog to walk. But here's the deal. It's not about a road. It is about a piece of land. And I think we're here to repurpose that land. That road serviced those 9 homes that are gone. Driveways, driveways, driveways. It wasn't for a go-between 28th and 26th. It serviced those homes. And now, and I have photos to prove if anybody wants to see it, in the middle of winter, that is a 1-lane road. And now those driveways are gone, guess what? It's a Mexican standoff, because they used to be able to pull over in those driveways and let the guy come by you, and then he'd let you go by. And I've got photos. I did one in my own car today. It's impassable. And now all those driveways are gone. So wait, we get a good storm or two, and we've just had a couple modest ones, but it's still, you can't do it. I've seen numerous accidents at that corner because of the deal. So to me, that street is no longer serving its purpose. What it will serve is to take care of that property that has no houses on there. It will improve Lifescape's parking 100%. It'll improve my life 100%. I'll be able to find another way to 26th Street. It's not that complicated. Okay? So I guess I'm here to talk to the 3 people that didn't approve it last time. But when you look at the big picture and the additional parking and the extra backyard that those 3 people are going to pick up because Lifescape's donating more land to them, it's going to be a much prettier deal. So I would welcome any questions you have. I think I'm a pretty good authority. I live there on that corner. And I thank you for your time, and I hope you vacate that damn street.
Okay, thank you.
And I hope this is over for tonight. I'm tired.
Thank you. Come forward, please, sir.
One more? There we go.
One more. We're going to take one more, and then we're going to talk about this.
Bruce Danielson. This vote isn't about Lifescape. I'm one of those people that has an almost 50-year association with Lifescape and its different parties. I've been involved in there because I had a family member that lived there. And I know that things have changed. I know that society's changed. I have really mixed feelings about this parking lot issue. I know there are ways to fix it, and I saved the work presented during that last meeting when we had an actual parking expert, city planner that was here and presented some possible plans. Nobody even wanted to discuss any of that stuff. In my younger years, I knew E.B. Morrison, Dr. Vandemark, and so many more who worked hard to help these disabled people with their birth defects and the diseases. All these great people wanted was to help people grow into the best they could be. They wanted us to respect those who suffered unfortunate disabilities. Rehabilitation methods have changed, but respect is still top of the priorities. At the beginning of this presentation, this photograph, and if Jim were here, I'd put it up on the screen. This is why I'm here tonight.
Go ahead.
There we go. This photograph really upsets me. Publishing this photo and the text sent with it should permanently embarrass anybody who decided it was necessary. Whoever decided this photo needed to be put into this discussion in the way that it was put into the discussion should be sent to a sensitivity immersion program. As a person who has dealt with disability issues for decades, this photo has me both enraged and embarrassed. I thought we were past the time where good Christians and citizens needed to parade disabled people around on stages to pick up a few coins thrown by those they could entertain. This photo enrages and embarrasses me for my family and many friends in the disability community. Showing this photo is upsetting because it was used to embarrass or used in a way that embarrasses our community. Then the person that did this was so embarrassed that it got sent out to this public body, and then it got put into a blog. And I'm told the blogs are the worst enemies of this community. Now we're looking at decision-making being turned into a damning situation. We've heard there's talk, conspiracies to commit open meetings and open records violations by not informing all of you 8 of information that you need to make decisions because somebody might leak it to a blog. Be careful. If you want to talk about a can of worms you don't want to touch, apologize to this body and remember each of your openness and transparency campaign promises. Let this be a life lesson in empathy leading to better government for people. As you can tell, I'm enraged and I'm embarrassed for you. Maybe this embarrassing message should have been cleared by the city ADA attorney before it was sent. But oh, that's right. We just experienced the dismissal of a very capable disability and civil rights advocate from our city attorney's office. We of course don't know the full story, but it's showing in the tone deafness of the needs and wants of our disability community. Just remember that disabled people have rights. These amazing people want to be treated with the respect they deserve. I know there are ways to solve this automobile issue, but someone has enraged me, and I'm embarrassed for all of us. There is no reason this had to be brought up in this way and embarrass everybody in this room and in this city, and I'm sorry for you. Bye.
This will be our last public input on this topic.
We were just talking about racism, and what did the speaker say? A Mexican standoff. Seriously? I suggest that the city attorney look into this and so we can stop this racism, because there is a freedom of speech, and then there's also to stop people from racism. As you well know, Pat Starr, when Munchies came up too about Native Americans, and that wasn't stopped either. We got to stop it. I am dead serious. We have to stop it. From public input on racism. This is not a Mexican standoff. This is not about border walls. This is about a neighborhood and traffic. Traffic does not have a race on it. Does people know what a Mexican standoff is? Have they been in a Mexican standoff? This was not something to clown and joke about, and it has to stop.
All right, counselors. You have questions for our staff on this item, that being Chad or anyone else in the city engineering department? Or do you want to move to a motion and get into discussion?
Move to approve.
Second, Nitzert.
All right, move to approve by Kylie and seconded by Nitzert. Discussion, council. Any discussion? Councilor Kylie.
I'd be happy to go first, and I do have a number of points, and I do know it's getting late, but it was wonderful listening to nearly 2 hours of public input. And I thank everybody that came this evening, whether you were for the vacation or opposed to the vacation. This has been a good experience. One of the things I heard is Lifescape is part of the neighborhood, and I certainly do know that it is part of the neighborhood. And in addition to the main campus, as they stated, they operate 38 other homes providing over 200 people with housing, affordable housing that otherwise they would not have. In addition to that, they provide assisted living services that allow even more to remain in their homes that otherwise would not. So yes, they are part of the neighborhood here in the Elmwood area, as well as throughout the neighborhoods of the city of Sioux Falls and many other communities. They are a good neighbor. I believe the purpose of the picture was to illustrate that Lifescape preceded the neighborhood that exists today. The land was donated for the purpose of constructing the home that has serviced thousands, tens of thousands of individuals since that time. In fact, part of the land that was donated became a portion of Elmwood Avenue. That is the main point of our discussion here this evening. The easement guarantees access to the public utilities within that area that is proposed for vacation. So it's guaranteed that the public interest will continue to be served there. If only nearly 70 years ago, Lifescape would have had a crystal ball and they could have predicted the growth that was to come and the need that was to continue to come to service and provide service to the individuals that they have served and continue to serve. And one of those individuals was my sister Ruth. Ruth attended Lifescape for 18 years. For the 18 years of her life, I watched that neighborhood develop around that school. I experienced that along with her and the rest of my family, and I experienced many of the other good things that Lifescape provided not only to her, but to the many other clients that they have served and will continue to serve. And how fortunate we are as a community to have somebody like Lifescape. Houses have been moved, and fortunately, they were salvaged. They've been recycled. They weren't destroyed. They will continue to provide affordable housing to those that are in need. The parking lot, whether this vacation is approved or not, is going to go in. That's a fact. It is going to go in. So the need to discuss whether a parking lots are going to be there or not, it's already a done deal. In fact, if the vacation takes place, it will provide even more buffer space between the homes that are currently to the west side. It will be a better environment if the vacation takes place. Plus, if the vacation does not take place, you're going to have a parking lot and you're still going to have street parking as well, which will get to the point of safety. Lifescape has mentioned that with the vacation, they're willing to go above and beyond what is required. They'll actually increase the green space between the parking lot and the homes to the west. They'll build the berm and they'll put a 6-foot fence in addition to the berm. And they'll put additional trees and shrubbery beyond what they need to have now. That's being a good neighbor.
It was mentioned that this is a permanent solution to a temporary problem. I think it was made clear that there's no guarantee that Lifescape will move. It may be a desire to move. The reality may prove to be different. But even if they do move, somebody will move into that facility, and the same issues that exist today are going to exist for whoever moves into that facility. And to ignore the problems that exist today is just pushing off the problem onto somebody else and hoping somebody else will resolve this. Our own experts, traffic engineers, have addressed change in traffic is likely to take place. But in their expert opinion, it's not going to exceed the street capacity. I mean, let's face it. Right now, as it exists, you cannot go north. You're going to dead end into 26th Street and you have to go east or you have to go west. And whether you go east or west on 26th Street, you can do the same thing on 28th Street, on Oak, on 31st, on 33rd. There's a number of other streets and avenues that will accommodate the traffic without exceeding what the roads are designed to carry. We're here basically to focus on a street vacation. We've heard a lot of other things, but it is a street vacation that we have to decide on. Duluth Avenue was a very good example of a street vacation that took place. It had a lot of concern, as this street vacation does, and the end result has been very positive. We have not seen the traffic counts go up on Norton and Summit and Prairie Avenue. And why do I know those streets? Because I grew up in that area. Dan Dugan Park was my hangout. The Dugan boys spent a lot of time playing baseball and playing on the playground equipment over there. That was a neighborhood. Just because it's located near 41st in Minnesota didn't make it any less a neighborhood. So the vacation will result in added safety, and it'll result in added safety for all, not only the children and for the staff, but for the residents too. It will prove to have a traffic calming impact in that neighborhood. John, who was one of the last individuals to speak, is the closest on 28th and Elma, directly south of Lifescape. And he has complained about the speed. This will have a calming effect on the speed, and it has been proven in other places around the city. Change can be emotional. There's absolutely no doubt about that. It can cause anxiety. That's natural. My high school biology students were anxious about dissecting frogs or dissecting a pig heart. But as soon as they experienced it, I couldn't get them out of the lab when the lab was done. I mean, change is something that takes place, and it's important that change continues to take place. I mean, what alternative do we have? We stagnate. We don't grow. We don't evolve. We have to weigh the pros and cons of what's best. We have to consider the needs of the neighborhood, but it is also our responsibility to consider the needs of the individuals that rely on Lifescape, very vulnerable individuals that rely on the services offered by Lifescape day in and day out, as well as their employees and the parents that come to visit too. I'm convinced that the safety is going to be better. It will be improved for everybody involved. So weighing all the facts brings me to the conclusion the vacation is the right thing to do. I hope that my colleagues give not only my testimony, but that of many other people here this evening very serious consideration. And I think Steve was one of the individuals that said it best. The kids with disabilities really rely on us to advocate for them They cannot advocate for themselves. My sister Ruth depended upon my parents a great deal. And I do know you can't compare students with disabilities, some cognitive, some physical, some emotional. You cannot compare them with other able-bodied children attending other grade schools. The drop-off scenario is totally different. The preparation to get them ready is totally different, where it takes hours. My mom spent hours working to get my sister ready for school every day. And then it took almost as long to get her home again as well, too. And the backup of the buses at the school now is an issue. They do not offload like kids at one of the other grade schools do. In fact, it probably could take as much time for one disabled student to get off the bus as it would for the entire bus of able-bodied students to disembark. You cannot compare the two. There's just absolutely no comparison. My sister lived it every day. I witnessed it every day. So once again, I thank everybody that came to speak and address this issue. Some very great topics on both sides of the issue, but I encourage my colleagues to support this vacation. I hope you will. I hope you will advocate for everybody involved in this scenario. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Selberg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would probably reiterate the part to thank everybody that's here tonight for taking your time, your passion, your determination. I would imagine over the months that this topic has been going on, I can't even, the hundreds of emails, phone calls, it's probably uncountable, but it again shows how much you care. I know I look out at Janelle and I can't even imagine the hours you put in on this particular subject. It's just been, I know it's been a long time, and I know you guys all feel strongly about it. I admire your tenacity and your determination. You know, as somebody said, change is hard. Again, we see this type of issue more and more in this city. The growing pains where things change, at times citizens are inconvenienced, citizens are unhappy. It isn't pleasant, and we all certainly sympathize. Truly we do. And on the other hand, the staff and the students of Lifescape are citizens too. They have genuine needs here. I mean, this is a nonprofit organization that has served children and adults with disabilities for 70 years. They've been a stalwart to the community. You know, and then at times we kind of get thrown back into the old arguments where this has kind of been formed sometimes as like a big corporate developer against the little guy type of battle. I just don't see it that way. This is not a greed issue. It is a safety issue. I have to say tonight I was a little stunned to see the argument kind of framed a bit like fake news, or it really wasn't an issue. That surprised me a bit. It is a safety issue. This is a nonprofit organization providing a needed service for this community. And they have a genuine need here to continue to perform that service in a safe manner. If we don't approve this, this area will be an unsafe mess, or yes, has been said a few times tonight, a cluster. We need to do this. This needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Other comments from the council? Councilor Neitzer.
This decision has major implications beyond this petition. This is a major policy question that will impact the city for years to come. We're here to decide whether to vacate a street. We're not here to decide whether the home should have remained. They're gone. We're not here to decide if the property owner should build a parking lot. That decision has already been made. We're not here to try to predict what might happen in 5 years. We have to deal with what is in front of us today. I urge everyone to reject the divisive rhetoric that portrays one side as an aggressor and the other side as a victim. We have two equally important competing public interests. One is the homeowners and the neighbors and the neighborhood. Another is an institution that has existed here for decades that provides an important service and employment for our citizens. Both are important. Both are part of the neighborhood and both have value. When we think about whether to vacate a street, I think it's helpful to start at the beginning and to review how a street becomes a right-of-way in the first place. A developer takes a large piece of land, they carve it up into parcels, and they develop it. One of the things that the developer has to provide is access, which means you have to have some way to get out of your property. They have to build a road, and then they have to give it to the public. They dedicate it in legal terms. The rest of the public has a right to use that street so long as it exists, but it is not the primary reason for its existence. In exchange for that dedication, the city takes over all of the maintenance of the street. We have to plow it, sweep it, reconstruct it, and repair it. As long as we have property owners abutting that street where it's their only means of access to the property, we must maintain and preserve it as a right-of-way. However, things can and do change over time. In this case, we have now one property owner, namely Lifescape. All of the homes that needed the street as a means of access are now gone. This segment of Elmwood Avenue is no longer needed as a means of access for any of those property owners. The primary need for the street and the reason for its original dedication has now been extinguished. That fact alone should lean heavily towards considering vacation. Having established the primary reason for the dedication of this segment of the street as a public right-of-way is now gone, I'm going to now turn to the other secondary benefit of the dedication of the public right-of-way. Other property owners and citizens, whether living nearby or not, may have some interest, if only convenience, in the public right-of-way as it exists. Keep in mind, this is not the primary reason the street is dedicated. It's for access for the abutting property owners. However, it is a public right-of-way, and thus there's a degree of public interest in whether it remain or not, and it's something important that we need to consider. It's important to note, however, there's no guarantee that a segment of a street will always be public. The fact that there is a legal procedure in which to vacate a street proves that. Like so many other things, such as a rezoning to allow a higher density use in an established area, it becomes a balancing of the competing interests. One compelling public interest is public safety. In that regard, our emergency services have raised no concerns about the street vacation. They have no concerns about reaching properties in an emergency or response times. The second public interest question is that of traffic flow and volumes. As we heard from our traffic engineer, they have no concerns about that as well. To the extent someone might use the road to travel to work or leisure, I would not consider that a compelling public interest question. We all have preferred routes, and given there are several options, one can modify their chosen route, and does so in cases of construction, street vacations, and changing patterns of development. The third public interest question is pedestrian safety and minimizing pedestrian vehicular conflict opportunities for accidents and injury. Of particular concern is for the safety of children, particularly those most vulnerable, many with developmental disabilities. Vacating the street is the clear choice if your concern is for pedestrian safety and general traffic safety. A parking lot contiguous to the use it serves, with no public street in between, is clearly superior to an accessory parking lot located across the street from the use it serves. An accessory parking lot with a street separating it from its use introduces conflicts with the public driving on a road that is being crossed routinely by employees, clients, and most importantly, children. It also presents serious safety problems if that street is going to be used for drop-off and pickup of children with developmental disabilities present in near public traffic. Eliminating this conflict point is clearly the best public policy choice. The fourth public interest question is addressing where all of the vehicles currently parked in the VA are going to go once they can no longer park there. They have to go somewhere. I do not believe having those cars parked on streets in front of houses in the nearby area in neighborhoods is the best public policy choice. The best interest of the citizens and the neighbors is to get those cars parked on site and parking in a parking lot adjacent to the use. Vacating this street maximizes the space allowed for a parking lot and increases the amount of parking that can be provided. Voting not to vacate is a vote to put those vehicles on the street in the neighborhoods in front of other people's houses. That's not protecting neighbors. The fifth public interest question is how to maximize the transition and buffer between the dissimilar uses, namely how to buffer the parking lot from the single-family homes to the east. Voting not to vacate the street is a vote to put the parking lot much closer to the neighbor's backyard, period. That's undeniable. Vote against the vacation, the neighbors get less buffer. They get substantially less setback, they get less landscaping. Voting for the vacation is a vote for a larger buffer and pushing the parking lot farther away. That is clearly not in the public interest in general, but in the best interest of the neighbors abutting the future parking lot. Please consider the fact that voting not to vacate will not help the neighbors, it will make it worse. It will make it worse for the abutting property owner and its clients. It will make it worse for the general public. This would be a classic case of cutting off your nose to spite your face. The abutting property owner no longer has a need for the street. The public interest is better served by vacating this right-of-way. It is our job as policymakers to balance the competing public interests and to make the best decision for the entire city long term. For all of these reasons, I implore you to vote yes to vacate the street. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Neitzer. Councilor Staley?
I want to say thank you to all of you who came tonight. I would sit here till 2 in the morning if needed to listen to people expressing their concerns. Thank you to all of you who reached out to us the first time around on this. We heard from lots of residents that time. We heard from a lot more of the LifeScape employees this time. But last time around, we heard from people who actually live there. We heard from you again this time. Concerned residents and very dedicated employees doing a great service for our community. So however this plays out tonight, I don't know how the vote's going to go down, but I thank you for participating in this. I'm glad we have a council who's open to listening to all the people and all your voices. And you know, we're in this together. So we're talking about street vacations here. That's an issue going forward. We've dealt with it in the past. We're talking about homes that are being leveled for in the name of progress. That's an issue we're going to need to be talking about as we move forward in this growing city. How do we balance those things out with preserving these inner core neighborhoods along with coexisting with these larger existing facilities, many of which are the healthcare facilities. So I just wanted to say again, thank you for coming. It is truly a joy to serve you, and whether we agree on the issues here, on any issue, it's about you, the citizens, having a right to express yourself.
Councilor Sale.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First off, I'd like to say that in the 9 months that I've served on this council, there has been no single issue that has taken up as much of the council's time and my time and the words sent and the emails. And I do apologize for those people that I have not been able to respond to in the last 48 hours. The hundreds that I was able to respond to, I laid out my things. I feel kind of inadequate to address this situation based on all of the testimony given tonight that was so elegant and so moving. I'm just an old son of a farmer, and here we are in complex issues, and it's kind of enlightening. I will say this, that one of the issues brought up tonight, I am addressing, and I'm pushing the administration to do it, is we're talking about the affordable housing issues in the center part of Sioux Falls. We've had a few key retirements in the housing area. Director Cooper's retiring shortly, and Les Kinstead is gone. I've been insured and have been in talks to push the administration that once that's done, that we bring the housing thing to the forefront. So it's been a concern. The LifeScape thing, I still believe with all the testimony, it's still the right thing to vacate the street. And that's the way I'm going to be voting tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Any other testimony from the council, discussion on the council? All right, there's a motion on the floor, and I'm going to ask for Councilor Brecky. Did you want to speak?
I guess first I'd just like to talk a little bit about what this issue isn't about tonight. For me, this issue is not about LifeScape versus the neighborhood, because LifeScape and the neighborhood are the neighborhood. So for me, I had to get more scientific in my approach to try to remove myself from all of the emotion. I've heard from a number of friends, colleagues, mentors, and on both sides of this issue, and I'm going to anger and disappoint a full 50% of them, because that's where this is breaking down. So for me, the issue is about the vacation of a public right-of-way. And it has been said, George said very aptly, it requires a supermajority because it's a very serious issue when we give back the right-of-way that we've been given for the use of the public. And for me then, the question is it still being used in a manner that benefits the public and for which it was intended, i.e. a street? And for me, the answer is yes. The city still needs it or they wouldn't be hanging on to the easement. You know, the neighbors have clearly indicated that the street is serving a very useful purpose. I saw the traffic counts, but that doesn't remove the fact that it's a viable through street, you know, all the way from 26th to 41st. The other testimony and information that was, you know, persuasive to me in this and has made me not change my opinion is that, you know, Lifescape was very clear from the beginning that they've outgrown this facility that was built in 1958 and that they intended to move within 4 to 5 years. And that was very clearly stated at the first hearing. And the statement was also made that a realtor told them that their property had less value with the present parking situation. And so why they were appearing before us is because they needed to do something about the present parking situation in order to increase the value of their property so they could achieve a better sale. I struggle with that. That private interest is that my job to assist private interests? How many other entities in this community should I be assisting to increase their value? They're in a building that isn't as valuable as they'd like it to be, and I don't know that it's my job to change that. So I thought about that. What is it that we're actually trying to accomplish out here on the site? And some of the testimony that was particularly beneficial to me was the testimony that said, you know, this is not an appropriate location for this entity as it still exists. It's not similar to what's going on in the hospitals and what's going on in the universities because they're not going anywhere. They're not going to be gone in 4 years. We're trying to create a campus atmosphere for an entity that's leaving. And we're sacrificing a right-of-way through street in order to do that. So I had trouble with that. The other comments that were very helpful to me were that, you know, the city needs a plan in place before any more streets are closed and any more homes are removed. That what's the plan for Central Sioux Falls? And all of you know that I am big about planning, I'm big into planning, and I'm concerned that this issue is coming up over and over again, and it's going to continue to come up over and over again because we don't have a plan. And let me just try to share something with you that kind of brought this home to me. I was visiting with Rick Noby earlier this week about this very issue, and he reminded me that back in the 1980s, as Sioux Falls started to grow, he sat down with the presidents of both hospitals. And they decided that they decided we've got to work together to help you grow. And they kind of came up with a 10, 15-year plan. And I thought about that comment, you know, because we want those institutions to grow within our communities because they together are the communities. So then I fast forward to the 1990s, and that was happening in great leaps and strides. And in fact, we use the term urban renewal. Thank the good Lord for these two fabulous hospitals that were growing within our community, and all of these little outdated houses, you know, that could turn into ghettos, inner city ghettos, were being taken care of. And that's when it kind of hit the point to me when we talk about what the big picture is for the city. That's when we started using terms like urban renewal and campuses and helping them build their campuses. What's changed is now we want those houses. We're facing a housing crisis, and we don't have a middle-income population. And we've got transit problems with trying to move people into the inner city to work. So we're not the same place that we've been, and we've got a new issue to discuss. And you're seeing 3 members of this city council who are consistently struggling. We were all talking and using different terms, but all of a sudden, you know, we began to realize we are really worried about the neighborhoods. And once these houses are gone, they're gone. And so I have problems creating a campus for an entity that could and shouldn't be there. Probably shouldn't be there. That's not my decision, but it was clearly of the statement and philosophy when they made their first testimony that their intent is to move. And I hope that they do. I hope that they can and do. And there's more than one way that a city can help Lifescape. You know, please don't take my comments as, again, I'm not going to view this as the neighborhood versus Lifescape. I mean, if they need funding, you know, we're at budget time, but, you know, we don't have to give away a city street. We don't have to create a campus in order to help them out. If we value the viable services, it's clearly been demonstrated tonight that we do, then let's talk about that in an appropriate place. So that's where I'm coming from. I thank you, like everyone else, I thank you so much for coming. As you can see by when I quoted some of your testimony, it makes a difference. We listen, I listen, and it affects me, and it impacts me, and it helps my final decision. I talk to every person that I talk to, I said, I am not making a final decision until this evening. I want to hear everything and suck up every piece of information and try to make the best decision that I can.
Councilor Erickson.
If I could ask Rick or Steve to come forward, maybe both of you, either one of you that wants to come. As you're coming, I'm just going to make a couple of statements with, I really struggle with the comment that was made that you should not be there and that you should move. That is your choice. So my question is this magic 5-year number has been tossed out over and over and over. Are you moving? Are you moving? Do you have a plan in place right now to move? Yes or no? That's my question. No. A little bit louder. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
No.
Thank you. I don't know where this came from. You know, we could say so-and-so business could move. I mean, I could move. I don't know. I mean, you just don't know. But that idea of saying that in 5 years you're going to be moving is absurd to me because that's not been part of the plan. Right now, what we do know is that you are losing a massive amount of spaces at the VA. It's just what it is. This plan wasn't brewed up overnight. You have been planning for 20 years, per your testimony, to purchase homes because you are a nonprofit and don't have an unlimited resources to just buy up 14 homes and let's just do this. You had to plan and budget for this for 20 years. This didn't just happen overnight. So to say that this was never in the plan for your campus to grow is ludicrous. The other thing is to say that we're never going to vacate a road because one person might drive on it is ridiculous also. You might have 10 people, 20 people, 150 people. Traffic patterns change all the time. And the bigger issue is not even just talking about this issue, but the issue for our city. I'm talking about the standard to vacate or not. If a single person uses one road is really difficult for me to understand. The city does not sign off on those homes. It's private property. You can purchase the home. You can choose to have it be a rental. You can choose to, if you need to rezone it, that's when you come to us. But to say that the city is signing off on this, I would struggle with that. My husband's also a realtor, and if he had to get city approval every time, boy, that would be tough to making the city direct every single sale that takes place. The dedication happened first within your organization, long before you both were there. You chose, the people with the vision before you to take care of the most vulnerable in our community had this vision. They had to dedicate the road. They had to. They didn't have any other choice. And so we're maintaining that easement. You agreed. I know this was kicked back to the Planning Commission. Councilor Sale had worked with you all to kick it back to the Planning Commission to say, hey, don't build anything over the top of it. This is going to be parking at all. We want to give that to the neighbors to make sure they understand what this is going to be and only be. It's not going to be a huge expansion onto your school. It's not going to be whatever it is, simply taking care of your parking needs, regardless of parking lots going, whether this road is vacated or not. Is it going to be closer to the neighbors or is it not? Your landscaping, your things that you do are going to have to be different. They just are if this road's not vacated. And so my whole point of pulling you up here, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you stand there the whole time, was simply to ask, are you moving? Yes or no? The answer is no, there are not any plans. They planned 20 years. I mean, if you want to talk about planning, 20 years planning to move these houses to plan for parking when you knew you were going to lose your lease. That's planning. So it's not, you can't say that they don't have plans into the future. The plan is not to move right now. They're taking care of our most vulnerable people in our community. We heard from neighbors that work and live in the neighborhood. I thought that was a really interesting balance of listening to folks that use the facility and whether they take care of folks or have people that youth that are using the facility and living in the neighborhood. That was very interesting to me to understand their perspective as well as some of the ones that live the closest to it. It is a balance for us. It's not easy. It's hard. It's hard at a lot of times to balance the needs of both sides of it and really come up with a decision that is going to leave the most biggest benefit, but yet minimum damage, if you will. And pushing that parking lot close to those neighbors is really not a decision that I want to make. I don't want that close to those homes. I don't want the parking spots that close and then all the parking on the street still. That just doesn't make sense to me. And so for those reasons, I will support it. And I hope that others will support it as well. Thank you.
Councilor Neitzer, go ahead.
I just need to follow up a little bit, and then I will be done. First of all, we're going to be in deep trouble in this community if we say that anyone that outgrows their current space is going to have to move out to the fringe of the city. We're going to be in deep trouble. Second, the homes are gone. That decision was already made. We're not voting whether or not to keep homes or not. They're gone. A parking lot is going in. The third thing is I wish I had sent this to others because it's right on point. There's a 2017 Supreme Court decision of the state of South Dakota, from the South Dakota Supreme Court, state of South Dakota Department of Game, Fish, and Parks versus Troy Township. And it was dealing with a different section of state law that dealt with vacating a highway. And under the vacation of a highway, there's a requirement that the governing body has to find that it's in the public interest to vacate the highway, but you're allowed to do that. It's interesting to note with the section of SDCL we're working with, we're not even required to do that. It just says if everybody signs off, we can do it. But I want to read one part that goes into when we're talking about giving up a road or something that's part of the public. And this is the Supreme Court talking about the Department of Game, Fish, and Parks argument that they did not agree with, where the Game, Fish, and Parks said you shouldn't be able to vacate this highway because it provides access to a public resource. Moreover, the department's view would essentially negate the discretionary power set out in SDL 31-3-6. The word resource means a useful or valuable quality or possession of a country, state, organization, or person. Black's Law Dictionary. Under this definition, a highway itself is a public resource. Vacating a highway necessarily prevents the public from accessing that highway. Therefore, under the department's view, a township would never be permitted to vacate a township highway, as doing so would deny the public access to a public resource. This view reads all meaning out of SDL 31-3-6, which says you can vacate a highway. We think the better view of SDCL 31-3-6 is that it gives a township discretion to weigh competing public interests and determine which is more important to that particular community. At times, this process will necessarily involve subordinating one public interest for another. Therefore, whether the vacation at issue in this case actually cut off access to a public resource is not dispositive. Under SDCL 31.3-6, the question is whether the public harm of cutting off such access, assuming that is the case, is outweighed by the public benefit in vacating the highway at issue. That's exactly what we're dealing with tonight. We have two competing interests. We cut off access, we vacate this road, some people don't get to drive on it. But you have all of these other competing interests that we're looking at. We have to weigh these things, and the clear choice is to vacate.
Councilor Kiley, do you have a comment?
Yes, I would just like to address some of Councilor Brecky's comments, as I disagree with some of what she had stated. One was the street serves a purpose. You know, I'm looking at the map that's up now, and I think maybe I would agree with that if not for the fact that it dead ends at 26th Street. It goes nowhere. You got to go east or west within a few hundred feet of it. So I don't see it serving the purpose as the same as if that continued northbound. As John had spoke late on, one of the, I think he was the second to the last speaker, there aren't any homes on there servicing as entrances into private residences any longer. So I don't believe the street is serving as vital a purpose as what Councilor Brecky has stated. And the easement is valuable. We've stated that. That's why we're maintaining the easement, and it continues to, will remain as part of the city, whether it is a street that's opened or a street that has been vacated. That easement will not go away because we're not going to give away those public utilities. Comparing Lifescape and the hospitals, I don't believe is a fair comparison. We don't know what's in store for Lifescape. Maybe they'll continue to expand where they're at and then expand to the outer boundaries of the city, just as the hospitals have. Our hospitals grew by expanding on their main campuses for many, many years, time and time again, before they relocated to other campuses. I don't know that that's not going to be the case with Lifescape. The need for their services isn't going away. So I don't agree with that comparison as well. I don't expect to change Councilor Brecky's opinion. She's welcome to them, but I just don't see that. I see them differently. I think the location and the move was already addressed by Councilor Erickson, so I'm not going to belabor that. It's like, for some reason, it's a given that they're moving in 5 years. And then the other comment that was made was the concern about housing lost. Lifescape had mentioned it, I mentioned it, 38 additional homes, or homes in addition to their main campus, far exceeding the 9 that they have purchased up here, and they'll probably continue. And the homes that they did purchase, they're not lost homes. They've been recycled. They're being used elsewhere. They just moved to a different location. I'm concerned that if we use some of the rationale that has been expressed this evening as to why we should not vacate, I'm not sure why we recently vacated a street at the University of Sioux Falls, why we have vacated streets in other areas. We would never vacate another street again, and we're going to continue to severely limit our options in terms of growth and development within this city. Again, I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this vacation.
Thank you, Councilor. Any other comments? Councilor Brecky.
I'll just quickly respond. What I'm trying to say is we're at a different place, and I think we have serious issues, you know, with the housing shortage and the need for affordable housing. And so we need to find a balance between our institutional growth within our inner city. And we need to set a policy on that balance. And until we establish a policy about how big is too big, or how many loss of how many houses are too many houses, and try to get some handle on that, try to have those discussions and begin those discussions, then we're going to have to decide this on a case-by-case basis. And that's where we are right now. And tonight, that's where I weighed in.
All right, see no further, Councilor Staley, did you?
I just have a question. So as we're voting then, a yes means vacate it, a no means don't vacate it?
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct. All right, then I'm going to call for a vote on this item, please.
Council members Kylie,
Yes.
Nitzert,
Yes.
Zellberg,
Yes.
Sale,
Yes.
Starr,
No.
Staley,
No.
Brecky,
No.
Erickson.
All right, that item fails 5-3. Item 15.
A resolution vacating a portion of the East Producer Lane right-of-way.
If you're going to stick around for the meeting, you please stay. Otherwise, I'd ask that you take your conversations outside so we can continue with the rest of our meeting. Thank you. Kurt, go ahead. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Kurt Pepple, Public Works Engineering. This section of East Producer Lane is in the Sioux Empire Development Park Addition in northeast Sioux Falls near the Water Rec Facility, which is just to the east of it. Sayer Associates, on behalf of the adjoining owners, submitted the right-of-way vacation petition per South Dakota law and the city street vacation policy. A neighborhood meeting was held January 10th, 2019. If the vacation is approved, an easement will be reserved for public and private utilities. The road that is being vacated will be replaced by realignment of the road, so the road won't be closed, which the picture is shown right there. From a transportation and utility perspective, engineering does not have any concerns with the proposed vacation.
Thanks, Kurt. Anyone from the public here to speak on this item tonight? Councilors, you have questions for Kurt on this one? All right, look for a motion on it.
Move to approve.
Second. Move to approve by Kylie and seconded by Selberg. Discussion on this item, Council. If not, a vote, please.
Council members Kylie,
Yes.
Nitzert,
Yes.
Zellberg,
Yes.
Sale,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Staley,
Yes.
Brecky,
Yes.
Erickson.
Yes.
All right, that passes 8-0. Item 16.
A resolution vacating the North Highland Avenue right-of-way from the south right-of-way line of East Austin Street to the north right-of-way line of East 8th Street. Recommendation, set a hearing for Tuesday, March 12th, 2019.
This section of North Highland Avenue is near 8th and Cliff, just on the east side of Terry Redland School. Sioux Falls School District submitted a right-of-way vacation petition pursuant to South Dakota law and complies with the city street vacation policy. Neighborhood meeting was held January 17th, 2019. Approximately 7 neighborhood residents attended. Engineering is not aware of any neighborhood opposition to the right-of-way vacation. If the vacation is approved, an easement will be reserved for public and private utilities. Vacating the right-of-way will allow the school to construct a parking lot on the east side of the school. From a transportation and utility perspective, engineering does not have any concerns with the proposed vacation.
Thank you, Kurt. Anyone from the public here to speak on this item tonight? Councilors, you have questions for Kurt on this? Councilor Nitzert?
Do people currently drive on this?
Somebody would like to.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, come forward, please. Public input. Yeah.
We're waiting this time.
Jessica Wells. I spoke earlier on a different subject. Not being familiar with this process, wonder how this is different. I don't know if I can ask a question versus give testimony. How is this different than what we just presented and you declined?
public input, we can take your input, testimony. I think that's probably a question that will be addressed here, so. Counselor Neitzer.
That goes to my question. Is this driven on right now?
Yeah, it's Highland Avenue is an open street.
Then I would say we're in a pickle. We've set a very dangerous precedent. I'm not sure how we can, well.
Tonight is setting the.
I understand. I know but when we have to vote on this space, I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Counselor Neitzer. Counselor Staley?
And I'm just saying that every time we have a vacation, every time we have a forced annexation, and I've asked Kurt many times, haven't I, Kurt? I say, how do the residents feel about this? Because it's about the neighborhood and about the people living nearby. I asked Kurt this several times about this particular issue. Jeff Kreider called me. I asked him about it as well. And there's no neighborhood opposition. So these people didn't have a concern. Different from the last one we just had, where we did have people who are very concerned about that street. So as Councilor Brecky said, we need to take each one of these individually and weigh it out. Thank you, Kurt.
Other questions for Kurt? Okay, is there?
I'll make a motion to set the date of hearing for Tuesday, March 12th.
Second.
Okay, motion by Counselor Erickson on that, seconded by Kylie. Discussion, council? A vote on that, please.
Council member. I would like to make one more statement. If we're going to start saying that once we vote a certain way on something that we are mandated to vote that way in the future, we are in trouble. We're not a bunch of rubber stampers. We take each situation as it comes to us, and that's where public input is vital, to be able to hear from the people that are going to be impacted. Thank you.
Counselor Neitzer.
One last statement. Neighbor concerns are important, but as policymakers, we have to put the best interest of the city first, of the entire city. If we are just going to get into a case where it's just simply a matter of if a few neighbors are concerned about it, we're going to vote against these things, it's chaos. There's no policy. We're just arbitrarily just doing whatever based on a whim. This is going to have deep consequences. It really is.
All right, thanks, Counselor. I'm going to call for a vote on this, please.
Council members Kylie?
Yes.
Neitzer?
Yes.
Selberg?
Yes.
Sale?
Yes.
Starr?
Yes.
Staley?
Yes.
Brecky?
Yes.
Erickson?
Yes.
All right, that passes 8-0. Is there any new business?
Move to adjourn.
Okay, move to adjourn. A motion by Erickson, seconded by Selberg. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those opposed, no. Motion is carried. The meeting is adjourned.